Hello everyone! This is Nex-oz here and welcome to Witch on the Holy Night. Now, last time, from my good memory, Sojiro bought 2 tickets for the aquarium for TOUKO and Alice. Just to have a little cooldown because they were discussing on the plans of the mysterious attacker, which keeps stressing them out because, well, they're searching for a needle in the haystack, basically, so they don't even know who or where this mysterious attacker is, so eventually they'll leave themselves vulnerable, so they're at a tight spot, but now, Sojiro bought 2 tickets for them to cool down and think of something else, think around the box. And that's where we are right now. So yeah. Also, happy Sunday. I wish everyone else has a good weekend. I don't know me, but hey, I'm hanging in there. Also, it snowed recently, but only lasted for a night. So yeah, there's that. But still chilly. But yeah, anyways, here we are right now, on their way to the aquarium. So far, I had to, like, continue on the quick save to see where I was at. And to make sure, but I accidentally loaded the last bookmark. I wanted to go back and to go continue on my quick load, but instead, I kinda, yeah, got back from the beginning of the last chapter and then to the next chapter. So for this chapter, I hope, and I'm hoping, we could finish this in 2. Hoping. So yeah, let's begin. They took the subway from Misaki for 6 stations. From there, they rode another 3 stops by express train. After about an hour, Aoko and Alice arrived at Aisaka Station. While Misaki City was a mixture of old and new architecture, Aisaka was a brand new town built in accordance with recent government ordinance. Yeah, government my ass. Always doing their face value instead of skills. Fucking Americans these days. It was as though an entire town full of tall buildings sprouted up in the middle of nowhere. Oh, such a techno soundtrack. It was near the end of December, in the middle of winter break. Even the bustling plaza in Misaki was quiet compared to Aisaka in the evening. Whether it was the huge mall full of countless specialty stores, or the crowded multi-purpose auditorium, there really was something for everyone here. A busy people are busy day this is, huh? For that reason, beyond its local residents, Arisaka Station was crowded with people from far and wide. Oh wow! Oh wow, Alice is wearing a fluffy hat. You know, that's kind of cute. Or is that a fluffy bandana? I can't tell. Biggest concert hall. Oh, they recently built a performance arts? Is it like a stage? A stadium? They made their way to the aquarium, weaving through the crowds. Hoko might have been used to city life, but Alice was silently anxious. Oh yeah, she stayed indoors frequently with a bookworm. The people passing by must have thought this pale girl out of place, which Alice happened to agree with. But she really is a band fan. Alco exclaimed, overcome by excitement. This kind of pop rock band was right up to Aoko's alley. Aoko's alley. But naturally, Alice did not seem very interested.
それよりセレモニーに予定されてるポーランド楽団の方が驚きだと思うけど。
Oh, they added Polish orchestra too?
随分とお金がかかっているようね。
I know, it must have cost a fortune for 2 bands.
懲りない人。
I know, in the middle of nowhere, like here in Misaki City. This is the main place, right? Misaki City. Aoko cursed under her breath before hurrying them along. Underneath the construction map read, with the support of the Kuonji group. Ah, that explains it. Or her sponsor. The aquarium they were looking for was on the top floor of a massive building. Oh shit, I thought that was a doorbell. At first I thought that was an actual doorbell coming from the door. The aquarium... Maybe it was because it was no longer a new attraction. Or perhaps it was because the first floor cinema drew the crowds. With only a few people scattered around the entrance, the atmosphere inside was very calm. Oh, and very convenient for them. It wasn't quiet, but desolate, and far removed from the hustle and bustle outside. Perhaps they were going for a museum-like mood. Oh, what she's distracted on. The kind of face you rarely see on Alice Kuonji. Alice quietly caught her breath, staring in awe. She was like a child seeing the circus for the first time. I know, right? Exactly what her expression is. A very cute one, too. Her eyes wide in anticipation and wonder.
お、気に入ったみたいね。よかったよかった。宗十郎おすすめの物件は気難しいアリスさんのお眼鏡にかないましたか。
Yeah, Sojiro's idea is actually working. Aoko found herself smiling as well. There was a certain joy in seeing Alice's wonderment.
別に屋上にある水族館が珍しいだけ。
So Aoko actually finds it genuinely amusing from Alice, despite being associates that were literally tried to kill each other. How long was that? Like months ago? Or a couple of weeks? Okay, this chilled water bottle is helping, considering the garage was cold. According to the guide on the wall, the entrance to the aquarium was nearly as big as the Kuonji mansion's foyer. The outdoor penguin show was apparently suspended due to the star penguin Flippy undergoing treatment for an injury. Does she like penguins? I kind of got spoiled that Alice was wearing a penguin outfit. I don't know if that was actually a real thing, but it was an unfortunate state of affairs, but one that did not stop Alice from continuing to read over the guide. Apparently, she was quite familiar with penguin shows. Then... Oh, did she caught her eye? Was there a penguin? I can't believe it. Shinjianai. Alice quietly whimpered, as if holding back a scream. Oh, it's all moody now. She's all moody. Kind of rare. You don't see Alice's stoic expression looking like that. Aoko said, still looking at the floor plan. It was rare to see Alice getting this emotional outside of the mansion. For some reason, she was trembling. Nothing seemed terribly off about the aquarium's offerings. Ow, no giant tortoises. Well, I guess that was a disappointment from her. Wait, do they even keep tortoises around in the aquarium? I'm pretty sure... Well, yeah, this is the aquarium, so there must be turtles undersea. Under the tank, right?
話が違うわ、青子。どうしてゾウガメの展示スペースがないの？
Oh, is there any label that says giant tortoise?
どうしてって、そりゃゾウガメぐらいになったらもうほとんど陸上生物だからじゃない？大きいし。
Maybe because they take too much space?
なんで？ペンギンはいるのに不公平よ。
Discrimination, she said. She thought.
イルカだって許せないわ。
They even have a dolphin. They got dolphin, but no giant tortoises? No turtles to see? It was a bitter pill for Alice to swallow. Why does she have a fascination on tortoises? Does she really like turtles that much? Is it because it relates to her? Of the turtles that hides under their shell? Just like Alice hiding indoors? The idea that they let's try that again. The idea that they did not have a giant tortoise despite having a dolphin had Alice's eyes hot with indignation.
ああ、言われてみれば確かに。
She gets so concerned about no turtles around the exhibit.
ペンギンとイルカは定番なのに、なぜゾウガメだけ外されるのか。ちょっとした日常の落とし穴ね。
Aoko said, certain something like a giant tortoise would be boring and unpopular. She was sensible enough to read the room, however, and kept her thought to herself. Yeah, at least that's one thing she kept wary of.
アリス、こっち。チケットはあるから、そっちに並ぶことはないわよ。
What is with the hat movement? I don't know, it looked like it's clipped over. It's like the hair is like not even flowing correctly. It's just like the fluffy head is just like plopped there like it's Photoshop. It's like they just put on overlay there. It's ridiculous. I mean, show some physics there just to get some realism that the hat is already there, not just some Photoshop overlay. Few moments after the giant tortoise fiasco. Oh, they're both wearing white and black coats. Or white coats with black accents. Presenting the tickets they received from Sojuro, they headed toward the once popular entrance. From the entrance gate, the corridor stretched into a dark hallway completely illuminated in blue. Ah, this must be the aquarium. Figures and faces became mere silhouettes in the darkness. There was no darkness born from Magecraft, but a man-made area of twilight. Feels like I'm in a subway. I can't tell but think that this reminds me of Fate Extra. And I never played Fate Extra before. I think there was this one Type Moon media that kinda had this kind of blue scenery around the train tracks. I don't know. I mean, Fate Grand Order could be one, but I think I'm pretty sure there's more a distinctive appearance to this, a distinctive atmosphere. A world of shadow and blue, the only light being from the illuminated tanks. The two witches continued walking down the artificial ocean corridor. Water tanks seemed like windows into hundreds of different worlds. Huh, like a slideshow. These moving windows reminds me of those film strips. I don't know what they're called, but it's just like a long strip of film tape. I mean, I'm pretty sure it has a certain name to it, but I don't know. each had their own separate temperature and environment. It was as if they were snapshots of the same place at different times. Mesmerized by the refracting images of the ocean floor, the housemaid's conversation grew sparse.
そういえばアリスの家ってあれだけ大きいのにプールとかないわよね。なんで？
Does she not like swimming?
呆れた。水槽を見て何を想像したのかは聞かないけど。
That's the only introduction she came about.
必要ないものを欲しがるのはあなたの悪い癖ね、青子。
必要ないってことはないんじゃない？水遊びはこっちよりそっちの方が馴染み深いでしょうに。あ、もしかしてアリス泳げない？
泳ぎの経験ぐらいあるわ。夏は湖で何度も遊んだもの。
No. I guess she doesn't like the pool because it's a pain.
私、大型のセントバーナードにだって負けなかったのよ。
Who the hell is Saint Bernard?
セントバーナードってアリスさんたらもしかして息継ぎとか苦手かしら？
この世で最も聞きたくない言葉の一つね。クロールとかバタフライとか。発明した人は半魚人になればいい。
Crawl, butterfly, butterfly, breaststrokes, doggy paddle. Clack, clack, clack. Their pace was more delicate and solemn than a stroll along the beach. It was the sort of absent-minded chat one might hear between girls anywhere in the world. And here, the only thing to do was look at blue screens.
でも驚いた。あんなにあっさり館の留守を任せるなんて。あいつがこっそり西館に入るかもとか考えなかった？
I mean, he's a well-behaved boy.
彼、そこまで考えなしじゃないでしょ。
Yeah, he can't be that stupid.
それに、それならそれで手間が省けてせいせいした？
そうじゃなくて、一度交わした約束は破らないんじゃないかって。
Oh. I get the feeling that she's changed, at least a little bit. The surface level, that he was not. Aoko nodded, her long hair waving back and forth, a certain gleam of surprise in her eyes. Onward, they meandered to the next aquatic world.
ところで、水族館は初めて？
Clack, clack, clack.
これで2度目。昔、友達と2人で行ったきりよ。
Oh, so she has a friend? I know, it's like, it's a major discovery. Alice actually made a friend? And then that bookworm who barely talks to anybody?
ほんと、6年以上も前、まだイギリスにいた頃。
そうじゃなくて友達の方。あんた友人はいないって言ったじゃない。
昔の話よ。私たち同じ名前だったの。
Oh, both Alice. Alice and Alice.
それが縁でよく遊んでいたけれど、長続きはしなかったわ。
Damn.
そっか、あっちじゃそう珍しくない名前なのね、アリスって。こっちで言うところの涼子とか花子みたいなもの？
Tachibana, Harumasa. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there are common names like Ryoko and Hanako.
ええ、青子とか赤子とか黒子とか白子みたいなものよ。
I know. Aoko blue, Akako red, Kuro black, Shira white.
後半はみんな普通名詞なんですけど。
They all end with ko. Yeah, I know. They all end with ko. Why the ko? Is there a meaning to ko? I forgot the meaning of ko. Well, was there any specifications about ko? With a name meaning ko? You know, I was about to look it up, but Yeah, I had to check on my phone. To each their own, a society of names. The swirling of waters was dizzying. Much like the hectic world of humans. Their hands swung back and forth as they walked toward the next world.
そういう青子は彼をどうするつもりなの？
Wasn't their original plan to wipe his memories that they were making for like a month or so?
どうって今の一件を終わらせるまでおとなしくしてもらって落ち着いたら忘却のルーン探してなかったことにするだけでしょ。これ以上迷惑かけられないわよ。
Yeah, that's the plan, isn't it?
それは私に？
あ、うん、そうに決まってるじゃない。
What she call a
ところ
guard?
でこの魚綺麗よね。なんか泳ぎたくなってくる。アリス、来年の夏は海にでも行ってみよっか。
Quickly changes the subject into a beach episode. You know, I'm looking forward to Alco in a swimsuit. Can't wait for that.
海ってあの海？
But duh, what else? You think the beach has a lake or something? A beach lake? Or beach river? A beach connects to the ocean, right?
もちろん。夏の海って言ったら灼熱の太陽と砂浜、水平線に沈む夕日ってね。
Wow, she's really visualizing on her summer experience.
今年は行けなかったけど、来年は一緒に行かない？
呆れた。本当、あなたって楽観的。
And she's really excited
で
too.
も、そうね。夏まで生きていられたのなら、そういうこともあるかもしれない。
Damn, way to bring down the atmosphere. Managed to survive. Clack, clack, clack. The two girls journeyed to the next oceanic wonderland, mutually taking in the sights. The visitors to these winter waters had begun to leave, satisfied by their tour. The sound of their footsteps heralded their farewell. Ah, look at them. Transition by walking. A time lapse. An hour into the wayfaring sea voyage. Losing themselves in the maze-like corridors of seemingly endless exhibits, they somehow find themselves on the next floor. Alco had heard that the aquarium was situated on the top floor, and was shocked to find out that there was yet another above it. It was likely by design that the actual top floor could only be accessed from within the aquarium. Oh wow, Alice bending over. Moments of intrigue such as this are what attractions were made for. I get the feeling that this Alice bend over stance is like the same thing as Alco's bend over.
アリス？
Turning this way and that, she found Alice had disappeared. Oh, fuck. Her housemate had just been there, however, and Alco took to looking for her. She soon found her nearby. Her white overcoat shone brightly in front of the dimly lit exhibit. Ow. She was distracted. She was staring motionless into the water tank. Alice almost looked to be staring through it, as though distracted by
ど
something.
うしたのアリス？気分でも悪くなった？
Is this another mage's doing? She spoke, hoping to snap her out of it. Alice's typically cold aura seemed to have all but left her.
珍しい魚でもいた？それ、余り物を端に追いやりましたって感じの水槽だけど。
Oh, Alice really seems fixated on that one fish. Alice gave a non-committal response. Just ahead of her gaze was a single shadow.
わお、マンボウ。
Ocean sunfish. Alice remained motionless, unresponsive to Alco's sarcasm. She stood in silence, watching the poor little fish, drifting listlessly in the tank, where they put the fish that did not fit anywhere else, here at the end of the hall. Ah, so the fish that stuck out like sore thumb. That doesn't blend into everyone else. Just like society. To put it lightly, sunfish were not especially pleasant to look at. Oh, you mean those sunfish? I think it's like a muddy looking fish. I think it was a muddy looking fish that one Pokemon. I don't know what generation it was, but there was that one fish from Pokemon. I forgot its name, though. When looking at one, it begged the question of what direction evolution wanted to take with it. It looked like it swam using rudder-like fins on its top and bottom, but lacked the grace of the other fish. To TOUKO, its eyes, body, and strange movements made it an awkward creature. But...
ねえアリス、あっちの水槽見ない？ジンベエザメの回遊とか見目麗しいわよ。
Yeah, I'm pretty sure TOUKO would kill to see that. But I think Alice really likes that. Really likes the sunfish, considering... I don't know, maybe it relates to her? Like it empathizes with her? Alice unmoved, fixated on the sunfish. It clumsily drifted around its tank, occasionally bumping into the glass as it turned.
青子、この子、泳ぐのが下手だわ。
Alright. It bumped into the glass. Alice extended her finger toward the glass, then retracted it, feeling childish.
ま、いっか。愛嬌だけはあるしね、マンボ。
Or maybe it's sick. It did not seem like Alice was going to budge. Resigning herself, I'll go stay with Alice while she stared at the cushion-shaped fish.
へえ、マンボウってフグ目だったんだ。何々？マンボウのメスは一度に3億個の卵を海中に放出する地上で最も多くの卵を産む脊椎動物である。なるほどね。
Is he just yapping to kill time?
他の魚たちにとっちゃ格好の餌になるから多く産むこと。それ自体が生存のための手段になるわけか。
Did she get all of that from a book? Though TOUKO seemed taken in by the biological details of the fish, Alice couldn't have cared less. She was lost in the ebb and flow of emotions between wonder and woe, with every clumsy bump of the fish into the glass. Out of nowhere, she softly spoke.
さっきの話だけど。
え？さっきの話って何？
Is it the Magus plan?
彼について留守を任せるとかそういうの。
Is that concerning? It seemed like Alice had returned to her normal self. There was that cold aura, whether inside the mansion or out. That stubborn chill that pushed people away was back.
私の気が変わったわけじゃないわ。
Now, well, it was fun while it
依
lasted.
然として彼のことはわからないもの。わからない人をどうやって信頼すればいいの？
Oh, so in other words, she doesn't know She doesn't know much about him. I mean, he was raised in the mountains, right?
まあね。でも、じゃあどうして？
青子のことはわかるわ。あなたはいつも正しい選択をする。だから、青子を信じる彼の人間性は信じてもいい。
Oh. She always had faith in TOUKO's choice, huh? That's sensible. Well, I think that's quite a rare compliment she's giving to her. It was true. She did not know Sojiro, nor had any intention to. But because of her trust in TOUKO, she could trust in TOUKO's decision to allow him to stay. It seemed Alice was challenging her own feelings. She said she could not trust someone she did not know. In other words, she wished to trust him. She wished to She wished to trust him. there, and in order to do so, she needed to know more about him. So in other words, talking to each other.
口にするのはなんだから突っ込まないけどね。それより何？そんなに私のこと信頼してくれてたの？アリス？
Now she's so smug about that compliment.
ええ、行為はともかく信頼だけはしているわ。だって共犯者でしょ、私たち。
Oh my god, she's actually admitting it. Her white coat swayed to and fro. Just like that, their short excursion had come to an end. Straight ahead was the exit back to the real world. A step away from the exhibit was a step toward becoming better roommates.
優しい顔をしているのに傷だらけね。
So clearly scarred. One last small whisper. And with that, she bid farewell to the lonely figure in the tank. The sun set early during winter. By 4 in the afternoon, it had already fallen below the horizon. Evening seemed to arrive at the mansion earlier than in the city.
なるほど。君の生態はよくわかった。
And he got all of that from the morning till the evening. How long is that? Sojiro sat alone, sipping his warm tea in the chilly room. He relaxed. Oh yeah, I don't think there's any radiator in the mansion. He relaxed on the couch, staring out the window, having had his fill of crocodiles. Once he sprawled out on the sofa. His body refused to move. Maybe he'd always wanted to try it. What kind of sentence structure is that? After 3 straight hours of crocodile watching. No, they've been out on the aquarium for 3 hours? He intently pondered what it would be like to laser there for the remainder of a day like a reptile. Oh, like laying in the river? Just as he was considering the opportunity nap until Alco and Alice returned, an unnatural noise echoed through the halls of the mansion. Why would they knock on the door when they could have just opened the door? Don't they live in this place? Sluggishly, he rose from all fours to a bipedal state, as if undergoing an evolution of his own. Oh, like a beast. It was a knocking sound that repeated itself regularly, with patient pauses in between. He recognized the cadence from something he experienced at his apartment before.
新聞の勧誘か?
Why would a newspaper salesman walk all the way up here into this spooky little mansion? Making for the foyer, Sojiro was impressed that they had hiked all the— I know! Exactly what I said! The knocking resounded eerily. Without a doorbell of any kind, visitors had no choice but to rap on the door using whatever they had in hand. It would take a literal iron fist to produce the din Sojiro heard now. Oh, so bright! From his position in the hall, the front door looked like an ornately built fortification. The sturdy double doors looked as though they could withstand any onslaught of blows. But now, they rattled in protest to the repeated knocking. Whoever the visitor was, they seemed determined to breach the castle gate by force if its defender refused to sally forth. Oh god, could this be the enemy mage? Fortunately for them, Sojiro was sympathetic, having experienced selling newspapers himself.
はい、今開けます。
He knew what it was like to be in those shoes, so was unsurprised by their persistence. You ever bothered checking the peephole? Oh my god.
Oh.
It is her! It's her! Aozaki TOUKO! There stood the second surprise of the day. Yeah, the same woman that he ran from. Sojiro was struck speechless. He was greeted by a young woman who hardly looked the part of a newspaper hawker. Standing in the courtyard against a dusk-lit horizon, she appeared more at home in the European mansion than Sojiro did. Oh, the leggings! She carried a dignified air in spite of her dainty frame. Ah yes, this is the shape of a woman. Oh yes, let me take all of this in. Okay, let me take all of this in. Oh, TOUKO. Oh, what a woman you are. How many years was this since the Karo no Kyokai? Was it like 10 years ago? And still the chain smoker? Cause I gotta say, she what a woman you've become. I wanna taste that body. Okay. Yeah, nobody is watching this. While a tad shorter than Sojiro, she was tall for her sex. Okay. Okay. Sex. I'll go to town for her, to the bedroom, for a fulfillment, for a sex 24 hours. No one's watching this, so hey, it's free estate. It's free real estate. Her green clothing was subtly colored yet flashy and clearly inspired by foreign fashion. I get the feeling that she intentionally come over, even though Alice and Aoko are absent. I get the feeling she came specifically for Sojiro for some reason. Because she could have come in the mansion at any time, right? Maybe she had the time. She seemed prim and proper, yet bold. Though vaguely garish, her appearance spoke strength and confidence. Sojiro knew all too well that such a woman was not to be trifled with. Oh, red eyes. Black frame-rimmed glasses. Round one at that. Only, unlike the one he knew, this stranger appeared more friendly than intimidating. Like last time? Perhaps it was her short hair that made her look approachable. Does it? You could tell by intimidation by the appearance of hairstyle? I mean, I guess. Bright and brown, it stopped just above the nape of her neck. Is it brown? I thought she's more of a redhead. I thought she's a redhead. Sojiro silently thought that it was a shame she hadn't grown it out. I'm pretty sure she did grow it. I'm pretty sure she did had long hair. A ponytail at that. Maybe she just cut it short. I gotta say, this hip line. Them hip. Ooh, how I'd like to breed. Ooh, how I'd like to breed and plap, plap, plap all day from her. She looked at him and offered a smile. Despite seeming visibly older than him, this made her appear impish and cute. Oh, don't mind me. Older women are my type of gal. Yeah, hag sex any day. Although with a mature look. Sojiro reacted with suspicion, knowing better than now than to fall for a charming smile. At any rate, it was rude to stare.
どちら様でしょうか?
Can I help you? Kind of a different phrase since it's supposed to be, since it means, who are you? In a respectful way. He tried not to look flustered as he greeted the visitor, to which she replied,
こんばんは。青子います？
Is Aoko home, she says. She smiled as she used Aoko's first name with a familiar tone. Yes, no doubt it is her sister.
青崎はいないんです。
She smiled again, this time deviously upon learning of Aoko's absence. I could assume she would... I don't know, I get the impression she knew that Aoko wouldn't be here.
それじゃあクオンジさんも留守なんだ。
She also assumed Alice is away too? Sojiro looked perplexed. This was the first time he had heard Alice referred to by her last name only, and again with the familiarity of an old friend.
それじゃあクオンジさんも留守なんだ。
そっか。夜ならともかく日中から二人で出かけるとは感心感心。
Really?
形だけの雑居だろうと思ったけど、ちゃんとうまくいってるのね。
Do they? Sojiro found himself nodding in response to her smile. Yes. What is she yapping about? I don't even know who this woman is. Is it just me, or are those buttons are just like very snugged? I mean, it's like... I mean, it's not like the extreme, strenuous measure of Zani's, but it's still a bit snug. Could be that it's restraining the power of her boobs? Is that how it is? I mean, not that I mind, because if it's like more tighter, it shows more of her hourglass figure, which I'm really liking now. I think I do get the impression that that this version of TOUKO is a complete diva. It was strange enough that the visitor knew both Aoko and Alice, but Sojiro found her odd as well. Likely in her early 20s, she did not appear much older than she was. Probably in her 30s. I think in her early 20s is the time when she was at Garden of Sinners. She was clearly hiding something behind her nonchalant manner and bright smile.
それじゃあ帰ってくるにしても夜？
Oh, I can't help. I can't help. It's just like, oh, it is emphasizing that boob of hers that makes me want to suck the milkers out of her. But hey, no one is watching this, so I can be unfiltered whatever the hell I want. Yeah, give a piston. Yeah, give a piston to her hips. Like a drip. Like a hammer. Like a power hammer. Anyways.
はい。終電前には帰ってくると思いますけど。
そう。ところで君誰
？Sojiro, troubled by her forwardness, wanted to ask her the same. Alas, who are you? Was a question far too difficult for Sojiro.
すみません。誰かと言われてもよくわからなくて。
Okay, at least he's being cautious.
とりあえず 今は留守番してますけど、実は青崎の友人なんです。
The house sitter, yes. It was response without an ounce of persuasion to it. The young woman's face lit up at what she believed was the boy's attempt to tease her.
へえ、面白いこと言うのね、君。名前はなんて言うの？
Name.
静木宗十郎というのですが。
He gave in. His shy answer made her giggle. Sojiro had no idea what he'd said that was so funny, but her laugh did not offend him. It came across as warm and affable, rather than derogatory. Then, after she finished giggling, the woman fixed him with a rather tender look.
いや、気に入ったわ。宗十郎くんだっけ？
Wow, damn, she hitting on him? Already?
君には合わない名前だけど、それも暗示的で素敵だし。じゃあ、そういうわけで、お茶でも入れてくれない？
She casually just walks in the mansion.
あ、いや。
She slipped past him into the house, boldly striding through the entrance hall.
うわ、呆れた。ほんと以前のまんまじゃない。せっかくこっちに持ってきたんだから、悪いところはリフォームしたものと思ったけど、何も柱の歪みまで再現しなくてもいいのにね。
I'm pretty sure Sojiro's seen that woman before. I mean, he did caught a glimpse of her, right? And he ran away from her. So why now? The visitor cheerfully inspected the foyer. Sojiro still stood at the entrance. The clicking of her heels on the wooden floor echoed as she moved toward the drawing room.
どうしたの？こっちでしょ？今は。
Oh my god, her back shot. She disappeared from the foyer into the drawing room, oddly familiar with the layout of the house. Ah, I see. She was a former resident here.
青崎かアリス、どっちかの先輩かな。
A senpai, huh? Sojiro muttered to himself, walking into the drawing room. He entered to see the woman walking around the room gleefully, like someone strolling down a park boulevard. Back shot. Uba shot. She peered around, breathing in the nostalgia. And here I am breathing in a woman. Okay now. God damn it, God damn this congested nose. Twirling with ladylike, or rather girlish glee.
よく見れば、このテレビって。
She stared at the television inquisitively. Perhaps she had never seen a 30-inch television before. Well, it's an old TV, so I don't know what time they're at. Awkwardly for Sojiro, the cathode ray tube was still displaying images of the animal kingdom. Ah, cathode, that's a TV screen, right? He wished he'd stopped the video before he answered the door.
もし。
He blurted half a question, attempting to regain his composure. There were many questions to be answered, but he first resolved to ask her name at least. The woman turned a coldly observant gaze on him. Her intimidating eyes and thin eyebrows bored into Sojiro through her spectacles. Oh, was she anticipating asking her name? Sojiro had intended no offense, but now he felt like he had chosen his words very poorly. He apologetically clammed up. Then...
やだな、宗十郎くん。もし、なんてかしこまって。
Moshi? Oh yeah, may I? Wait, did he say that?
もし
Oh yeah, he did say that. Okay.
やだな、宗十郎くん。もしなんてかしこまって。
You know, that is such a killer look there, TOUKO.
私そんなおばさんに見える？
Oh, nah. Without a doubt. She snickered. Her disapproving glare melted in a teasing smile. Of course, that wasn't true at all. It would be more accurate to say she had the air of an older sister. To which she actually is. She is literally the older sister of Aoko. Or at least that was what Sojo attempted to express with body language. To which she grinned smugly.
よろしい。ならそんな他人行儀な話し方はやめましょう。つまらないし、柄じゃないわ。
Ah, the leggings. Without making a sound, she took an effortless seat on the sofa. As naturally as if she belonged there. Her posture and movements exuded sophistication. Oh wow, the lighting on this. I never thought that I'd get to see TOUKO so soon. And she required no words to instruct him to hurry along and make the tea. Without pressing her further, Sojiro headed to the kitchen. It seemed that the conversation would not proceed until the tea had been served. He chose the Fochan? Ogonese nuts? He was forced to replace once before, after using it without permission. Since she was here to see Aoko, he decided to serve her using Aoko's Sevier's teacup. Into the cup as blue as the ocean depths, he carefully poured the tea before returning to the drawing room. Gently, he placed the teacup on the table and faced the woman.
尋ねるのが遅れましたけど、青崎の知り合いかな?
Yes, that is an apt description. Despite being told otherwise, Sojiro could not help but stand on ceremony. His clumsy effort to make the question sound casual only jumbled it further. The visitor's eyes narrowed again in displeasure.
その青崎っていうのをやめてくれない？なんだかくすぐったくて。青子でいいでしょ？呼び方は。
Oh, is it because Aozaki is also her name? The woman kept the rest of her expression indifferent as she slowly raised the cup to take a sip. Smiling, she tolerated the tea that Aoko and Alice regularly criticized as bitter and clumsily brewed. Sojiro had yet to learn that society thoughtfully awarded participation trophies to people merely for trying, regardless of the outcome.
ほら、立ってないで座って。見下ろされるのは好きじゃないんだ、私。
Sojiro tilted his head, noting a slight familiarity to her manner of speech. It was almost as if they'd met somewhere before. Ah yes, at that part-time job at the slot machine. The sight of her sitting on the sofa began to stir forgotten memories. Noticing his reaction, the woman became visibly delighted. The movements when she presses her boobs together.
思い出した？私もちょっと驚いたわ。
Ah, so she does remember about the arcade.
青子を訪ねに来たらいつか見た君が出迎えてくるんだから。
Now that she was chuckling, Sojiro remembered everything. He had only glimpsed her for a moment, but there was no mistaking it. It had to be her, the woman smoking the long cigarette who had cleaned out the pachinko parlor.
あの時は私もショックだったな。
Did she? I mean, she was kind of using some sort of magic, right?
宗十郎くん、目が合うなりいきなり逃げ出したでしょ？そんなに私ってこわもてなのかしらって、あの日の晩は真剣に悩んだんだから。
I get the feeling that she would. that she wanted to talk to Sojiro. In spite of her words, she clearly enjoyed the memory. She was right. He mistaken her for the murderous shadow Aoko in the park from the previous night and fled in mortal terror. Ah, that explains it. Is it because... Or maybe because they have the same air, considering they're sisters. Even though it was clearly a case of mistaken identity, he can now see why he had them mixed up. Well, you're not wrong.
そうか。雰囲気が似てるんだ。
Yes, they do feel similar, don't they? Finally, Sojiro realized who the visitor was. He chided himself for not realizing it sooner.
それじゃあ、あなたは
Just as he was about to say it, she held up her hand to interrupt him. She pointed at him like she was aiming a gun.
ごめんなさい。君の仕草がちょっと可愛くてからかいが過ぎちゃった。
Was Toko always like that?
自己紹介が遅れたけど、私は青崎東子。
Oh wow, she's actually introducing herself. Just like that. Just giving him her name. Ozaki Toko.
率直に言うと、青子の実の姉ってわけね。
Oh, that figured. No wonder he'd been charmed at first sight. It wasn't hard to envision Toko as not too distant future version of Aoko, with her smile that imparted courage to any who glimpsed it. Only, while Aoko was earnest and diligent, Toko seemed to be shrewd and playful. Yes, the shrewd and playful that was the same as the Garden of Sinners. I know I'm referencing that a lot.
あの子が困ってるって聞いてね。いい加減忠告してあげる気で、はるばるやってきたわけなのでした。
Really? Aoko's sister chuckled coyly while sipping her tea. Lured by her charm, Sojiro sat on the sofa as well. He felt like he could relax a little, now that the initial shock of an unexpected guest had subsided. Just like that, it was almost 5 in the afternoon. Aoko and Alice would be returning from their excursion soon. This was Misaki City's only subway line. It looks like the tunnel is quite circular. I don't know what this reminds me of. It kind of reminds me of the space train you see from a sci-fi movie. I don't know. Was it like WALL-E? Astro Boy? I don't know. It reminds me of some sci-fi movie. Only half a year had passed since its opening, and at the end of the fairly new platform, there, the two girls stood. The time was 6:30 in the evening. They had been idling for around 20 minutes since returning from Amisaka, and yet to return to street level.
青子
There was a hint of irritation in Alice's voice.
ちょっと待って。あともう一回だけ。ね。
One more? Aoko begged Alice, hands together trembling from the cold. It was rare to see her act this childish. Did she? No doubt Tobimaru would consider this behavior more strange than cute if he were there. He were here? From the end of the platform, Aoko peered into the creeping darkness to where the tracks led.
あなたの趣味変わってるわ
Strangest taste. Alice muttered, sitting on the bench with forbearance. Any other day and she would have been fine heading back by herself, but today she was in a good mood and decided to humor Aoko. Knowing full well that her rare spells of positivity were about as fragile as freshly fallen snow, she hoped to go home while she was still in high spirits. Eyes closed, her placid demeanor conveyed her feelings well enough. Thus, the two of them waited on a platform alone for a subway train that had no intention of riding. The subway had recently opened for service. Oh, what happened then? People in Misaki were humble folk, and for now, few passengers were drawn to the novelty and high prices of the new train. Okay, so I was right, Misaki. They live in the city Misaki. Thanks to the low foot traffic, the platform was still good as new. There was something primeval about a subway devoid of people. It was a picture of tranquility, free of human interference. Not just silent, but lifeless. This was a realm unmolested by living creatures, where only speechless organisms dwelt. The harshly artificial fluorescent lighting underscored its soullessness. It was a cave where light ended and shadows began, where riderless vessels disappeared into the dark. The platform was wedged between two tracks, like a jetty built upon a subterranean sea. In this place far removed from the world above, Alko waited with eyes closed for the familiar rumble. The train? It was she who had proposed that they delay their return and rest at the platform. The reason was simple. Oh, really? Were they tired? Aoko Aozaki enjoyed the soothing sound of passing subway trains. Oh, does she?
今年はもうライブハウスに行けそうもないし、これぐらいのわがままはいいでしょ?
So it's therapeutic for her, she had said to Alice, her eyes still closed. Alice had neither nodded nor objected, so they'd watched 3 trains come and go. Silence fell again. Aoko waited for the next train with anticipation. Well, like a child being excited with a new candy store. Alice sat and stared at the tunnel wall patiently. According to the display board, the next train was due to arrive in 5 minutes. From the dark tunnel came wind and rumbling. Okay, that doesn't look normal. A purposely placed bounded field now surrounded the platform. There was no sign of any station personnel, and entrances and exits were few and narrow. The lack of bystanders made the field hardly necessary. Suddenly, 6 figures appeared in front of the stairs to the surface. They all shared the same face. Ah, duplicate magic! Motionless and with smiles like the crescent moon, they stared at Aoko and Alice.
鈍っているにも程があるわね。
Ah, the perpetrators actually brought themselves out. Alice let out a quiet, dejected sigh.
どうかしたアリス?
She didn't
ど
notice?
うも何も。この駅で降りたのはあなたと私だけなの。
そりゃね、相変わらずここの地下鉄ってば利用客が少ないって。
Oh, wait.
どうも何も。この駅で降りたのはあなたと私だけなの。気づいていた。
She didn't notice?
そりゃね、相変わらずここの地下鉄ってば利用客が少ないって。
Aoko trailed off, tutting in annoyance. Of course, the perfect place for a murder site.
で、そういうアリスはいつ気がついたの?
憂鬱なことにたった今よ。青子ばかり責められないわね。あなたと私が一つならこんなこともなかったの。
つまらない例え話は口にしない。
They traded stoic and calm words, never moving or making eye contact. In contrast, the figures near the stairs began to stir. As though regressing from primates to wild beasts, they dropped prone in unison and scrambled forth like man-sized ants. Ugh. They advanced as a stream one after another. Soon, the clattering came not just from the platform entrances, but from the subway tunnel as well. The same old dolls. At a glance, they numbered at least 30 strong. The eerie skittering multiplied, echoing off the subway walls.
信じられない。これだけの自動人形、集めたらうちどころかフランスの一等地も買えるんじゃない？
ええ。もっともこんな出来じゃ買い手は見つからないでしょうけど。
I know, it's such like a wasteful product.
なんだ、ガラクタはガラクタか。
One of the horde leapt forward in response to Aoko's insult. It was sun-charged like a hurtling dump truck. Alice remained still. As though expecting the attack, Aoko swung her right arm in an arc. Wow, she just shot the magic bullet. So naturally, the blue missile of light was easily repelled. Her magic bullet, snap, had little to no effect on the puppets. God damn it. They scrambled over each other like frogs, heads jerking and twisting in search of prey. Ugh, fucking creepy little dolls.
全部で30か。悪いけど、一人でやらせてもらうわよ、アリス。この前の実力と思われたままじゃ不愉快だ。
Ah yes, the one that she shot Snark down. Her best card. As she spoke to Alice, who was still sitting on the bench, Alko stepped toward the edge of the platform. Among the myriad regrets she still had from the amusement park, the House of Mirrors stung the most. She had been caught off guard in her last battle against that puppet. But today she'd come prepared, and she had Alice as backup. Alko ignited her magic crest. This time, she would restore her honor and...
私の後ろまで下がって青子。そこにいたらあなたまで食べてしまう。
Oh, is she summoning... like what, a great monster maw? All it took to stop Aoko was one raised finger. Oh, sparkling?
待って、アリス、それは。
In the depths of the ocean black, the bells of night chimed out. Oh, she is summoning another fairy tale creature. The Jedi, as if embraced by a sea god like Poseidon or Wadatsumi. She became awash with white motes which seemed to engulf everything.
青子のやり方じゃ跡が残るでしょう。
Oh, so she wants to clean it up. Quick and easy.
もうじき次の電車も来るし。それに。
Behind the white veil, her form blurred and stretched upward. She was like a melancholy ballerina. The figure surrounding the prima ballerina bristled in response to the strange aura. Though puppets were inhuman mystical vessels, they had far more reason to fear Alice than they did the human Aoko. They began to flee. Oh, right. Couple pussies. Didn't you initiate an attack? Whoever their master was, they sensed enough danger to order a retreat. However, it was too late. The dancers were captivated by their prima, transfixed in place, as if their Achilles tendons had been severed.
それに。気分を台無しにされたのはあなただけじゃないわ。
Oh, it wasn't just her. She removed her black glove. Release restraint level 1. Unlike her subdued demeanor at the mansion, Alice's aura away from home was a biting, frigid blizzard that none could approach. Her discarded gloves floated down, settling on the platform deck. The pale haze grew even thicker. Terrified, the mass of shadows cried out for mercy.
さあ、ごっこ遊びをしましょう。
Is it the maw? Within the nebulous mist, a dark fairy tale came to life. Inside that fog, only the macabre melody of her voice felt real. Nom 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 nom. In the end, she still made a mess. Feast, grind, crunch. At last, the final puppet fell. I didn't know they spilled black blood. On the walls, on the floor, on the ceiling. The grotesque mechanical sounds of their demise filled the air. My god, all of these segments look like a horror scene. Their twisted shrieks plastered the subway surfaces like indelible bloodstains. She said you'd make a mess, but look at this! There's black blood everywhere! How is she gonna clean that up? Some amorphous abomination had, hastily, yet just slowly enough to savor the taste, chewed and devoured all 30 puppets. Wow, just like that. Only a lone severed arm remained on the platform.
持ってきてたの、あれ。
Aoko spoke sideways to Alice, making no attempt to hide her disgust. The brutal gluttony they just witnessed had a name. It was the Beast of the Fog, one of her 3 great ploys kickshaw. The Minster's Rose Hound, Wondersnatch. Wandersnatch. So there was another one that could actually compete with Snark. Aoko's words stung, since Alice was the one harboring its true form. The great 3 ploys wielded terrifyingly powerful curses. While Wondersnatch had its uses in combat, Aoko was not at all amused to learn that her companion had been carrying it around town all day. I know, that's a bit of an overkill, don't you think? Without hyperbole, it was akin to going out for dinner with a bunker buster bomb in one's pocket. Yeah, it is a bit of an overkill.
まあ、次からは一言お願いね。他のプロイならいいけど、今のやつだけは別よ。できれば洋館限定にしてほしいぐらい。
I hope she learned her lesson from that snark evidence.
悪かったわ。でも最近何も食べさせてなかったから。
Is that really the only excuse? Alice walked slowly toward the severed arm. Indeed, all she'd done was feed her ploy. No one had died, and no blood had been shed since the meal was made of plastic.
青子、ちょっと。
Alice picked up the arm and beckoned Aoko over.
これを見て。私たちは今まで相手を人形使いと思っていたけど、正確には違ったみたい。
Oh, really? Was it the puppet master itself?
わかる？この人形たちは新しすぎる。この子たちが作られたのは17世紀以後よ。それはそれで信じがたいことだけど。
So what? It's a more new, latest streamlined design dolls?
なんですって。
Although it sounded counterintuitive, Aomata typically performed better with age. Since the 17th century, the magical concept of using puppets and mannequins had declined. Consequently, it became much harder to produce combat-effective automata. If one wanted to build an automaton these days, it was far more cost-effective to train even a low-class familiar, and would be better to construct it too. Train a low-class familiar. Therefore, it was common for modern puppet masters to collect parts made before 17th century and use them in their creations. High price of automata often came from not from their antiquated combat abilities, but from the rarity of the parts used to make them. Oh, so a higher value of puppets that are outdated, like old relics. Despite that, the enemy mage controlling these puppets used them as fodder, as if they grew on trees. The only conclusion to be drawn was that their current opponent was a spoiled upstart with wealth, but no territory. Or so Alice and Aoko imagined
それ
anyway.
ともう一つ。この構造は三崎市の結界に似ているわ。まるで自分たちこそがこの町を守る兵士だって主張するぐらい。
Alice presented the evidence to Aoko, who was still waving fog out of her face. The revelation stirred profound surprise and then rapid realization.
そういうことなのね。
Oh, she realized who it is? Aoko growled, finally smashing the arm on the ground. Her face twisted with anger and a hint of fear.
惜しげもなく骨董品を出してくると思ったら、そもそも出し惜しむほどのものじゃなかったわけか。確かにあの女なら町の結界にも反応しないし、私の欠点も知ってて当然。視点の退去だって簡単にやってのけるわよね。
She's referring to TOUKO, isn't she?
だって。
Alice quietly listened to Aoko's furious rambling, bemused.
青子、これを作ったのはそうなの。
Yeah, without a doubt. Her sister.
昔から物を作ることに関しちゃずば抜けていたからね、あの人は。
Yeah, the only puppet Magus I know is Aozaki TOUKO. Aoko glared at the severed arm. She was furious at its creator and herself for taking so long to figure it out.
でも、ようやく合点がいった。認めたくないけど、今回の敵は間違いなく私の姉貴。
Oh, she even calls her sister Aneki.
この土地の元継承者、青崎東子その人よ、アリス。
Hardly a shock. And now Sojiro is sitting right in front of her. No wonder I get the feeling that her coming over was intentional. The desolate subway platform returned to silence. Aoko's words lingering uncomfortably in the air. That explains it. World's most terrifying animal end. Short time ago at the Kuonji estate, the videotape finished playing. The VCR had automatically stopped playback, foregoing the need to hit the stop button to avoid the static storm. What remained on screen was the reflection of Sojiro and Toko Aozaki, sitting opposite each other in conversation.
秘密を知られたから先制なしの直接攻撃ね。怪獣作を考えもしないのは青子らしいけど。
It was hard to tell if she was being patronizing or indifferent. Toko Aozaki took a sip from her cup as she listened to Sojiro's story. Are you sure it's okay to just disclose that information to her? Like her enemy? She would have savored the anecdote about the amusement park kerfuffle were it not for the poor excuse for a cup of tea in her hands. You know, I always got the feeling that it was Toko doing this. Maybe it was a good start. Maybe it was a good, smart move that Sojiro decided to flee from her sight.
ありがとう。参考になったわ。ここしばらく青子とは顔を合わせていなかったから、あの子がどんな風に成長したかなんて想像するしかなかったし。それと、一応肉親として謝っておかないとね。
Do you?
災難に付き合わせて悪かったわ、宗十郎くん。ほんと、あの子ったら昔から迷いってものがなかったから。
なさすぎると思います。
You said it.
あり、君。
でも、
Wait.
秘密を知られたから先制なしの直接攻撃ね。怪獣作を考えもしないのは青子らしいけど。
Oh, okay. So he just disclosed the fact that about the first encounter.
ありがとう。ここ、災難、ほんと。
なさすぎると思います。
Sojiro was enjoying the conversation, despite having to relive those events. About an hour passed by while the two of them sat in conversation, neither short on topics to discuss. Alcohol was an easy topic for both of them, so the conversation centered mostly around her.
ところで、さっきから気になってることがあるんだけど、聞いていいかな？
While she kept her posture dignified, Toko's eyes shone with eager curiosity. Her elegance caused Sojiro's heart to beat a little faster. Or maybe it was to end his life or something else.
気になってることですか？
Despite his caution, he found himself speaking politely. She smiled affectionately, as if she found him pleasing.
ええ。一度目はダッシュで逃げられて驚いたけど、今日は違った意味で驚かされた。
What, that he's an easy target to kill?
ね、そういうのが若い子たちの流行りなの？
Oh, is it the choker?
はい。
Toko tilted her head, her eyes fixated on the collar that Aoko had snugly secured around his neck.
新手のチョーカー？でもどこから見ても、ほら。
The bespectacled the bespectacled woman made a show of holding her tongue. On a completely unrelated note, in another decade, similar accessories would become a standard part of any visual K artist's wardrobe? What's a K artist?
まさかどこから見ても首輪ですよ、犬用の。
And despite that, he's still wearing it.
やっぱりけどその首はすごく可愛いわ。よく似合ってるけど自分でつけたの？
Toko stared intently, examining the strap. While he had never been conscious of the color till now, for some reason, Sojiro found himself blushing.
はい、つけたのは自分ですけど。
そうじゃなくて誰からもらったの？青子？それともグオンジさん？
Didn't he already say it?
くれたのは青子ですね。
Toko nodded in satisfaction at Sojiro's candid response.
つまり君は青子の持ち物なわけか。
She coldly muttered. With this, the cordial atmosphere began to turn. Sojiro nodded, naturally oblivious to the edge in her words.
何でも所有されてるそうです。
She does like to own things. The blunt observation made Toko burst out laughing. Apparently, Toko was the quirky type of person to laugh when least appropriate. As her laugh tapered off into a giggle, she picked up her now empty teacup.
じゃあこれも青子のでしょ。青っていう名前にコンプレックスがあるくせに青いものが割と好きだから。
I
そう
know.
ですけど、おかわりしますか？二人ともまだ帰ってきそうにありませんから。
いいえ、そろそろ帰ってくる頃よ。そういう風に仕向けたから。
Oh, so she knew. Oh, so she knew they'd be coming. Sojiro nodding along heedlessly. Finally, the strangeness of her phrasing dawned on him, and he tilted his head in confusion.
トウコさん？
Toko sighed once.
ごめんね、宗十郎くん。メガネ外してもいいかしら。
Oh no, it's her mystic eyes, isn't it? He wondered why she would need to ask his permission, but nodded. No, you can't do that! Oh, I kind of have a glaring suspicion that she had mystic eyes. But to say that she would take her glasses off, oh no. Is it mystic eyes petrification? It's gotta be. It's got. Just nod along anyway. You're gonna die, Sojiro. You're gonna die. Well, may you rest in peace.
それじゃあお言葉に甘えて。
I'm pretty sure she says that nicely.
もう少しぐらいは君の反応を見ていたかったけど。
Oh yeah, he's dead, alright. He's dead. Toko touched the temples of her glasses. If one were to look closely enough, one might have noticed the scars on her slender finger. Ah. Well, guess you're being petrified now. They were small, fine scars from years of repeated cuts. Before her fingers even left the eyeglass frames, the spectacles crumbled. What? It happened so fast that Sojiro barely registered it. Wait, her glasses just, like, crumbled like that? Did she even have spares? The frame cracked into pieces, sliding down her face and into her lap.
やるもんだ。30体を一瞬とはね。
"30 in one go." A low voice belonged to someone entirely different. All she had done was take off her glasses, but her elegant grace had completely faded. Any semblance of warmth and kindness had disappeared. Sitting upon the sofa was a deplorable mage, her very presence darkening the room. Oh. Yeah, he's fucked. Sojiro sat speechless. Across from him was a completely changed Toko, glaring back at him menacingly. Ooh. You know, I like this too. You know, I kind of prefer the glasses one because I'm kind of attached to it, considering that that was the first time I've seen her because she was wearing glasses. But I think she did. But I'm kind of sure she did shown without glasses from that one movie. I think it was the 5th Guardian of Sinners movie. More malice and magical energy was now emanating from TOUKO than when TOUKO had tried to kill Sojiro. She seemed titillated at the prospect of the boy's shock at her transformation. Such expectations, however, were often left unfulfilled when it came to Sojiro.
メガネ壊れましたね。
Yes, you just broke your glasses, ma'am. Are you okay? Like, before he dies, you broke your glasses. Last words. Sojiro blurted out in surprise. But you know, it's not bad. I think I tapped that too. Her hand stopped as she reached for a cigarette, the one taken out of her sails.
もったいない。大丈夫ですかそれ。
Yeah, do you have another pair? He says.
いや、そんなものはいいんだ。多少視力が落ちたところで大ごとにはならないし。そもそも私がある限り、五感による情報にすら主観が入る。すべてこの世は霧の中だ。もともと目に見えるだけのものは信じていないたちでね。
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Sojiro's mind is just processing it. What the fuck is this woman is talking about? I mean, sure he got the surface level information that he said. I mean, yeah, Magecraft exists, but what the fuck is she talking about? And he doesn't get it, considering that he's being held hostage. Yeah, I do get the glaring feeling that her coming over was very intentional, considering, and that asking is Aoko home was just a cover-up. Ooh, wow. Oh, mommy? She kind of reminds me of Elizabeth. Elizabeth Rose Bloodflame from Hollow Justice. You got that menacing aura around her? Wait, does that scarf like attach to that sleeve, or is it just placed like that? I don't get the physics of it, but is it supposed to look like that? Is it like wrapped around, or was it just like cut off? I don't get it. Still great titties. Anyway, her speech had taken on a clinical tone. This too did not seem to shake Sojiro. Probably he's just used to it.
そうですか。それで、さっきの言葉の意味ですけど。
Sojiro began forming another question, unflinchingly. Touko scowled as she'd found a bug in her food. After some consideration, she came to a conclusion she needed to be blunt with the boy. By some twist of fate, it was a headache she now unknowingly shared with her sister.
意味も何もない。青子たちの帰り道に多少の障害を置いただけだ。私がここにいる間は外で足止めをするように。
Oh, even when she changed her image, she still calls her Aoko, huh?
君は青子の持ち物だと言ったな。ならことさら丁寧に教えてやる必要もない。告白してしまうとね、宗十郎君。私が君たちの敵なんだ。
Well, technically he's a hostage, so I don't think he's just in their team. Though he understood her words, the clock's second hand would rotate fully twice over before anyone next spoke. They sat across from each other, eyes locked. Sojiro's shoulders tightened nervously. I kinda get the feeling she does have mystic eyes. I'm not sure. She hasn't activated them yet. He had finally understood the true danger of the situation.
驚いた？
Toko asked with a grin. Toko asked with a grin. She was still the same woman, but without her glasses. Toko's smile was rather
あ
sinister.
なたは青崎の姉なのに。
Well, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of the excuse. Her smile pierced him as he asked the obvious. I do get the feeling that they kind of hate each other, despite sisters. Toko was no longer surprised that Sojiro would be more concerned about the safety of the others than his own. In just one short hour, she had come to understand Sojiro's Shizuki better than he knew himself.
逆だよ。姉だから敵なんだ。私には青子からあらゆる権利を奪う義務がある。
Oh, so in other words, it's just a sibling rivalry. Petty reasons. What's yours is mine, and mine is to take. That kind of saying.
物質的なものも精神的なものもその全てを踏みにじらなければ気が済まない。
Huh.
尺度として言うなら、もし青子がこの町に頼っていたのなら、まず町から壊していたぐらい。
Oh god, she's petty.
けど、君のことは予想外だった。
Toko, her eyes closed, felt sorrow. Behind her troubled expression, there was a silent conflict.
世の平等に起こるべきか、偶然の出会いとやらに嘆くべきか。これも抑止力というやつかな。
Oh, she's aware of the counterforce? Wait, is that just like a figure of speech, or is that a literal meaning? Because, from my understanding, a counterforce would... Usually you would bring out a servant to just counter the beast, right? Isn't the counterforce like some sort of natural occurrence that to stop things from happening out of boundaries?
無垢な部外者を手にかけるのは世の常だが、この手合いにあったのは初めてだ。
Really? He looks like any other innocent bystanders. From my understanding of Sojiro.
いや、そもそもいるなどと考えたことすらなかったな。
Is he really that unique? Toko sighed at the ceiling and stirred in her seat. She seemed to have overcome an unexpected moment of uncertainty.
君は青子の切り札には見えない。
Well, no, definitely
排
not.
除しておくまでもない善良かつ無能な部外者だ。だから放っておきたいのだけど、私の六感がこう告げているんだ。
More plainly put, she made up her mind to kill him.
君は青子の切り札には見えない。排除しておくまでもない善良かつ無能な部外者だ。
Too pitiful.
だから放っておきたいのだけど、私の六感がこう告げているんだ。君を逃がすな。いいからさっさと済ませてしまえ。
Oh, so so she intentionally does not want to kill him, but instinctively wants to kill him. More plainly put, she had made up her mind to kill him. And he's not even terrified at all. Though Sojiro was somewhat flattered at how grossly she inflated his importance, she was struck more by the karmic irony. Toko had arrived at the same conclusion as her sister. What you gonna do now, Sonoji? However, this was no time for idle thoughts. Sojiro readied himself to stand up from the sofa in such a way as to not draw attention to the plan so clearly written all over his face, to make a run for it. Yeah, I don't think that's going to help. I mean, that's the only thing he can do. I think Toko had already planned that.
バカ者。こういう時は半端に動くな。逃げるならさっさと逃げる。交渉するならテコでも動くな。なんというか、そんな風に動かれると、その気がなくともつい反応してしまうだろう。ほら、命が惜しいのなら、おとなしく固まっていなさい。
Be a good boy and sit. What a dom. What a dommy mommy would say.
殺さないんですか？
At least not yet.
今のところはね。 私は君が気に入ったし。
Oh, okay. She's triggering her mystic eyes now.
違うな。正しくはこう。私ぐらいしか君を救ってあげられないのかも。かな。
But she just told him right at his face that she's gonna instinctively kill him.
はい。
Hi? It's so ironic. She looked perplexed Sojiro straight in the eyes. Though actually brown, her eyes gleamed with a piercing red, like the edge of the blade. Ah, she is triggering her mystic eyes. It was at this moment an overwhelming sense of dizziness overcame Sojiro. His mind went numb, like he couldn't tell who he was. It was like drifting into a sinister sleep from which he'd never wake. Is that mystic eyes of hypnosis? Is that what it is? Sojiro clenched his jaw, desperate to maintain consciousness. Oh, it's kind of impressive that he's actually fighting back. Touko's eyes devoured him like a bottomless pit of quicksand. In that moment, it all became clear to him. It no longer mattered that she was Aoko's sister, or that she was Ao's sworn enemy. Touko Aozaki's deadly battle with the girls had become his battle. Oh, just a lonely mere bystander. Unintentionally. Getting swing by into the beast's maw. Which is why, when you find yourself feeling a special spark for a stranger met mere moments ago, that feeling is not to be trusted. You may simply be attempting to fill a void shaped like yourself with more emptiness. What is this narrator telling it to? Sojiro? Sojiro tried to drag his body away from his heretofore unencountered sense of danger, but found that it would not respond. Oh no! She disabled his fight and flight response! Touko tilted her head forward at him, eyes fixated on his.
君の思う通り、私は君と似たところがある。それとも君が私に近いのかな。何？食べ物の好き嫌い程度の類似だが、軽視することでもない。
Is she really hitting? Is she hitting on him? Is she coming on to him?
問題は、君が私より偏っているということでね。
Is he? I couldn't assume. I don't get the impression Sojiro... I think Sojiro is more like a reserved type of person. Biased. She clearly used a different definition of the word than the one Sojiro knew. Biased. It meant that he was alone, that he was an outsider who didn't belong in this town. Wait, I thought bias was like... opinionated. A sudden and seething anger eclipsed his gentle heart. Really? He's actually feeling angry?
俺、一人じゃないですけど。
Oh wow, that's one angry face I did not expect to see Sojiro. See, Sojiro shot back with all the enmity he could muster. You know, I'm impressed, even exposed to the, Mystic Eyes hypnosis? As he faced this witch named Touko Aozaki. If he had not, he feared he would never escape her gaze.
だろうな。だからこそ君は偏っているんだ。早くそれに気づきなさい。一番手っ取り早い解決は、それでいいんだと認めることだ。
To which she implies, for your sake.
人間なんてたくましいもんでね。別に何もかも放り投げてもうまくいくものなのさ。けれど、青子にはそれは許せない。あれは他人であれ、あらゆることを許さない人間だからな。
Touko leaned over the table. She reached out, grabbed Sojiro's collar, and roughly pulled him toward her.
いや、そんなことはいいんだ。ただ純粋に 私は君が欲しいと思った。
Oh my.
君が自分の名前すら定かではないと名乗った時にね。
I mean, he was a bit skeptical on the first encounter, and he eventually gave out his name. But oh boy, what would I give to switch position from Sojiro?
自分の認識が不明で自分自身が不能と感じる。
So in other words, she wants to be her property.
未来というものがとても自分に関わりのあることとは思えない。となれば必然、心情は過去への逆行を試みる。
To be a although I'm not a masochist, so I can't, so I'm gonna have to pass. But if situation calls for it, then probably I think I'll take a sample. I don't think it's like a bad offer. I mean, I'm saying this for the people. Not a bad offer.
しかし、所詮ソアの前のモアのように正常な流れの前には時間旅行は押し戻されてしまう。
Moi? Soy? Is that some sort of language term? Normal flow of time will always reject time travel.
それも私にあって君にあるものだ。ああ、なんて無様な私、なんて哀れな。
TOUKO trailed off mid-sentence. As she pulled Sojiro closer, her own eyes reflected in his. She noticed the merciful expression on her face. Sojiro got to thinking. He held no hostility toward this woman. Despite she declaring herself as an enemy to him, he bore her no grudge, harbored no desire to kill her. He was aware only of his anger and aimless compassion. He wished that he could give her the answer she wanted, but...
あなたの言っていることはよくわからない。
yeah, probably this entire conversation he doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. Sojiro replied apologetically. Verbal reply to the visible question he perceived in her eyes. TOUKO showed no sign of disappointment. Instead, the corners of her lips turned upward in delight.
そうか。君には言葉の暗示は通じないんだな。
I mean, yeah, he just knows the surface level of it and that Magecraft exists. Like, he would never dare to go deeper into that.
意味深なセリフ回しで丸飲みにしてやろうとも思ったが、いや失敗。小綺麗な建前は逆効果だった。君にはむき出しの原始的な語りの方が良かったんだな。いいよ。ますます気に入った。
Oh wow, she really is coming into him. Jesus. You mind if we switch spots? Her fingers dug into his throat as she were tearing at the leather. Perhaps he could be hers if only she could rip it off.
少年。青子なぞより私のもとに来い。
Ooh, a titillating offer. Oh, she really is coming into him. Ooh, how I would say yes to this. So, Sojiro, can we switch spots? I mean, I don't... Honestly, my life is shit, so I don't got... I mean, if it were any other, I'd... Just to go along with a beautiful, hot woman? Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take up on that offer. Yeah, no question. I will. But no M. Seriously, no M. But I'm guessing that she just likes him because he's just... Because he's really not that... Maybe that's the type of man she's looking for.
使い道はないが保護ぐらいはしてやろう。手が空いた時なら気晴らしに愛してやってもいい。
Oh, she's going to make him as her boy toy. Oh, how I would kill for that. It had taken many approaches, but she seemed to have decided on this one. The lengths to which she wanted to seduce him were not lost on Sojiro, and truth to be told, they were not wholly unwelcome. Oh, Sojiro, to think that you... Oh my god. God, he won't deny that? Oh, so we think the same mind. Not wholly unwelcome. But back to the matter at hand. Yes, but putting aside, I don't mind if I could have sex with a red-haired hot woman all day. But putting that aside. But anyways.
それはお断りします。
Respectfully, yes, respectfully, he says, which is very unfortunate, but respectfully. Sojiro chose the direct response, as he did.
なぜ？
だってあなたのためにならない。
Oh, good for her sake. He had confidence in that, at least. Toko's overestimation of him aside, Sojiro knew for a fact that he had to escape this woman's clutches. This tete-a-tete could only be concluded by one of its two participants. Touko? Or the individual she was currently infatuated with? On a hunch, the boy mustered all the conviction he could feign. She gently removed her hand from his collar and jabbed him in the chest, causing him to topple back on the sofa.
そうか。なら仕方がない。君も青子の大切な持ち物として考えることにしよう。
That's it? I kind of get the feeling she's going to kill him next. The scarred red mage quietly stood up.
青子が帰ってくる頃だから、私は行くよ。
Are you gonna take the window or the front door?
青子では私には勝てない。とだけ伝えておいてくれればいい。
Why ask her to be her messenger?
それはいいんですけど。
Before she left the room, Touko paused to let Sojiro continue. Like a student humbly inquiring of a teacher, Sojiro pointed to the object in Toko's hand and asked,
そのカップどうするんです？
Is she gonna steal it? Surprised, she looked down at the teacup in her right hand that she had forgotten she was holding. She hadn't even realized that she had been holding the cup the entire time. I know, wasn't she smoking? Didn't she have the cigarette in her hand?
これ？せっかくだからもらっていく。
Really? Even though she forgotten it? The act of taking something without the owner's permission is commonly referred to as theft. But I guess that's just the thing that Touko is going for, huh? Probably the only substitute than Sojiro. My god, to think that Touko would be that bold. However, this was more likely the typical relationship between Aoko and Touko. Share and share alike, and so forth. So just some simply petty thing, huh? Sojiro nodded to show that he understood. Unsure if his nod was sincere or not, Touko smiled that gleeful grin for the second time since taking her glasses off.
やはり変わり種だね、君は。逸材かどうかは別の話だが。
For just a moment, she had returned to the affable Touko Awazaki he had met before the glasses came off. Leaving him with the image of her smile, she departed the mansion. Her broken glasses remained on the drawing room table. Damn, she left him just like that. And we're home! Despite the fact that she realized that her sister is her enemy, and then she just saying "Tadaima" with a gleeful smile. No sooner had the eerie visitor left did Aoko and Alice return home. Despite Aoko's sour mood, she seemed as merry as ever. Is she? Despite everything that had happened and their trip having its fair share of problems, she still had fun. Whereas Alice was her usual stoic self, her manner not unlike a parent following behind a rampaging toddler, cleaning up their mess. The scene of their return was like something out of a TV sitcom, and lost in thought, Sojiro forgot to greet them. You know, I'm kind of surprised that TOUKO actually just gave him mercy. She just let him live. I mean, she could have just like killed him at any time. But instead, she just boldly says, "Be my property." Like, a very tempting offer. But still, ooh, damn. You have ensnared such a dangerous woman, Sojiro. Maybe it's just his aloofness that charms women. Maybe it's that.
Sojiro, 留守中何かあった?
Aoko asked, more so of etiquette than curiosity while removing her coat. Without answering, he stood up from the sofa.
そりゃ半日分の出来事はあったけど、
It took up half of my day.
それより寒かっただろう。お茶を入れようか。
Oh, so... Okay, so he dismisses the fact that her sister was there.
ああ、お願い。こっちも一から作戦練り上げようってとこだから。
I wonder if she noticed that her cup was missing. Sojiro was on his way to the kitchen to prepare tea even before Aoko had finished her upbeat response.
なんだろう。どこか変だ。
What's that rattling? He was following his same tea brewing routine as always, but somehow something did not feel the same. As though in a trance, Sojiro returned to the drawing room where they were settling down and placed the tea on the table.
これからどうするつもりなの、青子。
とりあえず足で探すしかないわね。あいつ相手に守りに入るのは良くない。こっちが城壁を作ってる間に一個師団の人形をこさえかねないわ。
They conversed with each other while ignoring Sojiro's presence. Upon hearing what they said, he stood up and spoke abruptly.
探すって、トウコさんを？
Wow, what a way to bring up her name, huh?
それ以外誰を探すって。ちょっと、あんた、今なんて言ったの？
He just says it like it's such an obvious thing.
トウコさんなんだろ？青崎たちの敵は。さっきまでここにいたよ。
Wow, what a way to bring up What a way to bring up the news. He answered so casually, Aoko standing there dumbfounded. Maybe it was his aloofness that got him saved. Alice stood up from the sofa and went to where two of them were standing. Her typically kind and sober features turned reproachable.
しずきくん、その人、何かしていった？
お茶を飲んで、メガネを外して帰っていっただけだけど。あれ、よく思い出せないな。
Yeah, that's probably her mystic eyes of hypnosis. What was once a clear memory seemed to have scrubbed clean from his mind. Sojiro was overcome by the same dizziness he had felt earlier. Sharp, dry smack echoed through the room. What snapped him out of his daze was an unexpected slap from Alice.
二度は言わないわ。他人を私の家に立ち入らせないで。
Deep within her eyes, beyond the normal cool indifference, was an intense fury. Realizing, however, that it was no ordinary anger, Sojiro understood how careless he had been.
すまない。アリスにとってここが大事な場所なのは分かってたのに。
A heavy silence followed. Both Sojiro and Alice stood there, chained to the spot by their own regret. Aoko looked on in amazement, wondering if they would stay this way all night if left alone.
あのね、姉貴を通した宗十郎も悪いけど、 言ってなかったアリスも悪いでしょ。子供じゃないんだから、いつまでも反省してないで、もっと前向きに話をしない？
And he just took that slap like it's no problem. Like it wasn't a problem. Alice hung her head and sat back down at Aoko's insistence. Sojiro stood where he was, nursing his stinging right cheek. Pain was pain, but he knew how to take a knock. More to the point, the crisp strike from Alice snapped him out of his fog, jogging his memory.
思い出した。青子じゃ私には勝てないって伝えておいてほしいって。
大した自信ね。他には？
Oh, she took her cup.
他は基本的に世間話だったというか、あ、ソアとかモアとかよくわからないことを口にしてたな。
Considering the small talk was mostly about Aoko and her flaws, Shojiro decided it would be better to take that part to his grave. Well, however close that is.
大河とショウガ？あの人、インドにでも行ってたのかしら。ところで宗十郎、あんた、姉貴に何かされたわね。
Aoko turned to him, glaring sharply. He had nothing to be ashamed of, but he looked away guiltily anyway.
何かって何さ？
思い出せないとか言ってたでしょ。さっきまでの態度もふわふわしてたし。そうか、メガネを外したまでは覚えてたってことは魔眼にでも見入られたか。
Yeah, mystic eyes. As quickly as she had jumped to the conclusion, Aoko went quiet again, as if the information was of little importance. But it was not enough to detract Sojiro from bringing it up again.
青崎、魔眼ってなんだ？
Magante. Yeah, he clearly doesn't know what mystic eyes are.
魔力を帯びた目のことよ。簡単なものは一時的な混乱を、上級なものは睨んだだけで相手を殺すとかね。
Simple forms of mystic eyes can cause temporary confusion, while more advanced ones can kill with just a glance. Yeah, like the mystic eyes of depth perception, where you could see lines and easily cut them, killing them instantly, no matter how durable it is.
ま、バロールみたいな魔眼の持ち主なんて伝説だけだろうし、そもそもそんな魔眼持ちが生まれてくるなら、私たちの悩みもあっさり終わるってものだけど。
Who's Balor? Without further context, Aoko knew her explanation was completely lost on Sojiro.
そうね。わかりやすく言うと、私の魔眼みたいなのを目から照射するようなもんよ。
目から？青崎か。
You could shoot bullets from your eye. Like laser beam. Yeah, heat vision, like Superman, Omega beams. Sojiro's confusion deepened along with Aoko's frustration.
だから、あなた、一度目を閉じた後のTOUKOの目を見たんでしょ？その一瞬で姉貴の魔眼に捕まったってこと。目を猫名詞に入れ替える魔術師もいるけど、姉貴はそんなことする必要はないから。
Replace their eyes with cat's eye stones.
あの人、生まれながらの魔眼持ちだしね。さしたる準備も栄唱もなしで、シャッターするだけで切り替え自由なの。
Oh, so those mystic eyes of hers were born? I thought they were implanted. Maybe it was because she already knew what the mystic of death perception before she met Ryogi Shiki. If that's true, I mean, it kind of has a in practical use, but I don't get why she didn't use them at any time when she was almost getting killed. Sojiro pounded his fist in understanding. Oh! Now he thought about it, he vaguely remembered her doing something exactly like that. Everything after was foggy and muddled, and her mystic eyes seemed the only logical cause.
その話は分かったけど。
Oh, that's one mystery solved.
トウコさんは青崎のお姉さんなんだろう。なんで姉妹で殺し合いをしてるんだ。
He knew it was not something he should ask, but he did it anyway. The question was against the rules. He had no business being involved in this dispute. Aoko closed her eyes to collect her thoughts. She decided it was best for all involved to at least share some background information, if only to head off further questions.
いいわ、話してあげる。姉貴に関わった以上、事情を説明しておかないと危ないし。
Yeah, I guess he's far too late to be ignorant.
けど、なんであれ聞き返すのはなしね。この件に関しては、私は私の事情を話すだけだから。
She stared down Sojiro until he nodded slowly in recognition. Knowing him, she knew this was confirmation enough. The conversation was becoming oddly friendly again, but Aoko sat up a little straighter as she prepared to tell the tale.
姉貴の話をするってことは、私と青崎の家の話と、何より魔術と魔法の話をしないといけない。
Magecraft vs. Magic.
少し遠回りになるし、多言無用な内容だけど、いずれあんたの記憶は消えるから問題ないってことで。
Not like it matters. Aoko made sure to add that disclaimer as a condition for telling him the information in the first place.
魔術っていうのはね、宗十郎。いわば共通のルールなのよ。
Uh-huh.
ルーンやカバラといった魔術系統は、それぞれの科目。
Runes and
世界共
Kabbalah.
通のマニュアルだと思えばいい。
Different textbooks or manuals.
教科書さえきちんと持っているのなら、あとは血脈次第で誰でも魔術師にはなれるわ。
So in other words, you gotta have a good bloodline to become a mage.
けど、魔法を使うのは別。魔法は魔術みたいに根源の渦から派生した写本じゃなくて、根源の渦に直接つながるものだから。
Something that comes directly from the root itself. So true magic. A magic that comes from the source that is the root.
この根源の渦っていうのは、宗十郎の分かるレベルに落とし込むと、まあ太陽みたいなものと考えて。
The sun. Okay, I understand that clearly. Because I'm still curious about this concept of magic here in the typeverse.
遠くにあって何より初めにあるもので、それなくしては私たちは生活できないと言った。魔術っていうのはこの太陽からの恩恵を利用しただけのものよ。
Putting aside of Alice's glance there. Take advantage of the sun's benefit.
自然現象の模倣ないし代償が魔術の本質だから。神秘を学び実践し再現するけど、神秘そのものを作ることはできない。
Yes, magecraft is the use of human technology, but there's still magic in them.
いえ、研究の末にたどり着くんでしょうけど、そこには大きな壁がある。人知では越えられないリミッターみたいな壁がね。
Yes, the greatest weakness of all magecraft.
で、魔法っていうのは太陽そのものを扱うこと。
Magic.
誰にも到達できない場所に行って、何者にも真似できない奇跡を起こす。
Awaken miracles no one could possibly reproduce. The true magic where you can break concept itself. Resurrecting dead, creating portals. Kaleidoscope. I think kaleidoscope is like you create portals to other dimensions and control time.
お金をかけようが時間をかけようが、今の人類には到達できない技術。それが魔法。
Yes, in other words, kind of like omnipotent. That breaks logic itself.
次元の壁を越えるっていうか、最後まで走ってみたら全く違うルールでできた世界があって、そのルールを学んじゃったってとこかしら。
It's about overcoming that dimensional wall, running until you reach the end where you'll find a world with completely different rules.
前に魔術に限界はないって言ったでしょ。あれは人知の及ぶ範囲なら限界はないって意味ね。
Oh, so it has no limits within the scope of human knowledge.
対して魔法は限界だらけっていうか、一つのことしかできないけど、それも当然なの。 だってこの宇宙の仕組みから仲間外れの一つっきりの交点なんだから。
No, magic has lots of limits. One thing and one thing alone. Oh, so it can only do one meta ability and nothing else. I mean, I guess that makes sense since there's like first, second, and third magic. And fourth and fifth magic. So I guess that makes sense. It's that one particular ability that is insanely OP, but you can only do that one. But can't do anything else other than that. Any other abilities than that. Unique rule-breaking concepts and mechanism that exist outside boundaries.
魔術より魔法の方がすごいというのは流れ的にわかるんだけど。
She said no questions.
限界だらけなんだよな。
限界っていうか特例、特権、越権の類ね。
Despite her saying no questions, she answered it, and regardless. Magic is more amazing than magecraft. I think I get the general. It's really limited? Special privilege, abuse of power.
汎用性はないけど、誰にもできないことを可能とする時点で、魔術世界にとっては万能とされる。
Okay, now I understand what true magic is now. It's a very OP ability, but in this one particular category. Can't do anything else. Can't do anything outside of it. Making the impossible possible.
そもそも魔法は根源の渦にたどり着いた魔術師へのご褒美みたいなもので、たとえその術者に魔法を使うだけの肉体性能がなくても、根源へのパスができただけで、魔術的にはやりたい放題ってわけ。
Making path to the root gives them free reign to use it. Oh, so anybody could reach the swirl of the root, even by sheer luck, huh?
要は地球で一番のお金持ちになるってこと。
Sojiro made an appreciative sound, impressed. On the other hand, Alice looked as though she wished to make many revisions on Aoko's account.
一番の大金持ちか。じゃあ、どんなにお金持ちでも一番目でない以上は魔法はもらえないんだな。
I mean, I guess.
まあそういうこと。時々とんでもない角度で確信をつくわね、こいつ。あんたの言う通り、同じルート、同じ方法で根源にたどり着いても、一番目じゃないと魔法にはたどり着けない。
But unless you're first to the post.
どんなに優れていても、2番目以降には意味がないのよ。
If you're not the first, you're everyone else.
魔法使いが5人。いえ、4人か。
4 magicians. Why does she exclude 5?
現存する魔法使いが4人しかいないのは、一度使われたルートは閉ざされてしまうから。
Taken by one magician, it's closed off to all.
大昔はそうでもなかったって話だけどね。
Yeah, despite having 4 magicians.
根源への道、真理への到達に壁を作ったのは、皮肉なことに人間自身だった。未知を解明すればするほどルートが閉じていくなんて、昔の魔術師たちは思いもしなかったんでしょう。
Mages of old could never have imagined that the more we explored the unknown, the more paths we would seal off. Is that like willingly or unwillingly?
でも結果はこの通り。気がついた時には後の祭りっていうか、多くの研鑽の末、この世から魔法は消えていっちゃったわけ。
So it's nigh impossible to get true magic now, since 4 magicians are acceptable.
それは山と町の関係に似てると思っていいのかな。
City dwarfed the countryside.
ミクロな視点で言うなら似たようなものよ。で、つい最近まで現代の魔術師たちは残された最後の席を求めていたけど、それもちょっと前にどこぞの田舎者が横取りしちゃって、 椅子取りゲームはあえなく終了。
Huh. Just some country bumpkin. Well, it was by sheer luck, hasn't it?
あとは魔法抜きで根源にたどり着くため、地味で無意味な魔術の研究を続けることになった。もともと魔法なんてのを優先してたのは一部の魔術師だけで、他の真っ当な連中はとっくに見切りをつけてたんだけどね。
Yeah, no point in reaching true magic if it's already been closed off. So just stick to magecraft.
だって魔術師にとって最終目的は根源の渦への到達であって魔法じゃないし。
Oh, really? There was another goal?
そのあたりいつの間にかごっちゃになっちゃったんでしょ。卵が先か鶏が先かって話。
よし、全くわからないってことは分かったんで、そろそろ本題に入ってくれ。あ、けど一番目の人間しか魔法使いになれないのに、魔法使いは何人もいるのか？
Yeah, that is kind of a good question. How can there be multiple wielders of true magic if only the first one can learn it? Is it because they share others?
5人いたわ。最終的に人間に残される最後の課題は5つだろうって一番初めの。
青子、
5 at one time? So, what you're saying is, there were 5 mages that actually reached true magic at the same time.
じゃあ本題ね。魔法と魔術の関係が分かったところでようやくうちの話になるんだけど、青崎の家が代々魔術師だったのは前に言ったでしょ。
Yeah.
歴史的には浅いけど運と才能には恵まれていたのね。
Oh, good luck and talent, eh?
青崎はなんだかんだって魔法にまでたどり着いたんだから。
Oh, do they?
ちょっと待った。じゃあ青崎がその…
私はあくまで魔術師見習い。使えないし使う気もないわよ魔法なんて。私はただ青崎の家を継いだだけだもの。
Aoko asserted obtusely, her voice devoid of emotion. Yeah, it's like she never cared. She became a mage not to wield magic, but simply because the succession of her family's magecraft was forced on her.
とにかく根源の渦にたどり着くには何代も何代も魔術を研究しなくちゃいけない。自分独自の皮を作るようなものなんだから、もちろんその過程は果てがない。よほどの天賦か典型でもない限り魔法を作るなんてできないしね。
Can't create magic unless you have the innate ability to. Some sort of divine intervention?
そしてもし根源にたどり着いてもふさわしい後継者がいなければ一代限りの奇跡で終わってしまう。
Huh. So the bloodline would be useless. Null.
だから魔術師は血脈を重ねて代々の魔力を時代に積み重ねていく。自分より優れた後継者を生むために。
So mages have to fine-tune their bloodlines to make it more relevant from heir to heir, to successor. Alko wrapped up the explanation by remarking that it was like producing a thoroughbred. Not that Sojiro knew what a thoroughbred was to begin with, leaving him as perplexed at the end of the story as he was at the beginning.
そうやって代を重ねて魔術師は作り上げた独自の神秘、守り続けた魔術を次の世代に伝えていくの。きっと最後の最後に全ての疑問を打ち消すに足る答えがあるはずだって。でも魔術師、いえ魔法使いだってみんな悟ってるのよ。
One important thing.
自分の代でもその次の代でもきっと最後の最後の最後まで誰もゴールにはたどり着けないって結末を。
Every single one will all die before they ever reach their ultimate goal. Ah, so an unattainable goal that goes way beyond human lives.
それを分かっていながら魔術を研究していくのが神秘学に取りつかれたものの宿命だって祖父はよく口にしてた。けど私の姉はそうじゃなかったみたい。
She left, I can see why, hanging in the air. Alice had no response. The Aozaki family passing down true magic. The Aozaki family passing down true magic. Aoko, the reluctant successor. And Aozaki TOUKO, her elder sister.
本当は青崎の後継者は姉貴だった。私もうちの家業が何であるかは教えられてきたけど、実践することはなかったのよ。
But
魔術師の家系はよっぽど裕福でもない限り、基本的に一子相伝だからね。うちほんと財力的には一般家庭レベルだし。
average income household.
で、後継者にはより魔術に適したものが選ばれるわけだけど、姉貴は確かに天才だった。けどそれは青崎の後継者にはいらない才能だった。その代わり、私は心底青崎の後継者としてふさわしかったみたい。
Maybe she just refused true magic because she doesn't. Well, considering that it was just forced on her hand and just wants to live the life of a normal girl.
まあ、それはそれでどうも思わないけど、祖父がはっきりと私にくら替えしたのが15歳の冬の頃でさ。姉貴はいきなり4つ年下で、今まで魔術に関わってなかった妹に魔法の相続権利を奪われたってわけよ。
そうか、それで。
TOUKO had said that she was obligated to take what was Aoko's. He recalled how resentful her voice had been when she said it. I guess TOUKO really just showed her true colors in front of Sojiro, and those were her genuine feelings.
あの人がどんな思いをしたか、私は本人じゃないから知らないけど、祖父と言い争って今まで愛用してたメガネを叩き壊して家を出て行ったのが3年と半年前。
She smashed her glasses again back then?
それから全く消息なしで、私は姉の代わりになったの。これが私と姉貴の争う原因でしょうね。
Sojiro thought the story was tragic, but Aoko's voice had a tone of relief in it. Sojiro did not know exactly who he should feel bad for anymore.
メガネを壊したか。
Just her glasses?
そう。あの人、昔はすっごく目が良かった。生まれながら魔眼を持ってたって化け物だからね。
The bitch!
けど、祖父の期待に応えようとして、無理して頑張った挙句、視力が下がっちゃったみたい。
Oh, that's why she never used it often. Aoko wrestled with the memory, not sure if she had everything down exactly right. Sojiro knew how well Aoko could hide her emotions, and this was not one of those moments.
けど、あれに何の意味があったんだろう。メガネをジジイに叩きつけるぐらいなら、フィンの一撃でも叩き込めばよかったのに。
Yeah, smoked him with a single fin shot.
あの人、あの頃が才能のピークだったんだし、猛録したジジイなんて、それこそ一撃だったと思うんだけど。
Yeah, exactly like she'd do against Sojiro. Sojiro shook his head, disappointed at Aoko's misjudgment of the situation.
恨みつらみの話じゃない。そのメガネは大事なものだったんだ。だってそれは誰にだってわかる努力の証なんだから。
Oh, he could see that from just the glasses?
それを叩きつけたんだ。痛かったんだろうな、トウコさんは。思い出を自分で壊さなくちゃいけないくらいに。
And you got all of that just from meeting her? It was just like a brief encounter for you, Sojiro. As Sojiro spoke, neither Aoko nor Alice noticed the grief he was fighting to hold in. Or more accurately, they could not understand his point of view. After all, in a world where mages were raised to fight other mages, empathy was in short supply.
けど、どうして今頃になって戻ってきたのかしら。青子の言う通り、トウコさんならもっと早くミサキ氏を奪えたのに。
And I know she even had the power to do that.
そうね。そんなに土地が欲しかったのなら、3年前に私を殺せば後継者に戻れたのに。世間の荒波に揉まれて気が変わったとか？
Maybe it was after she met Ryogi Shiki.
違う。 青崎は本当にわからないのか？
Sojiro shook with a faint anger. His voice changed from the boy they thought they knew. What, is he taking Toko's side now?
何よ、あんたならわかるっていうの？
誰だってわかる。東子さんは青崎が一人前になるまで待っていたんだ。自分が失ったものと同じくらい大切なものをなくさせるために。そうしないとどうにもならない。そこまでしなくちゃいけないほどあの人の怒りは深かったんだ。
I mean, yeah, that does make sense. She wants to fully nourish her true magic so that she could take it from her. I mean, just killing her and take the Misaki place, I don't think that's gonna satisfy her that much. It doesn't. Sojiro gazed at them, wondering why they could not see what he could. Only, he was the one that did not understand. The two girls, and above all, Aozaki Touko, denied themselves the type of relationships that other normal people are allowed to experience. And that he's just a bystander. Touko's actions were not fueled by hatred. While there certainly was hatred behind them, the real reason was and always has been Touko's pursuit of true magic. She was an ambitious and talented mage. Her hatred was only her veneer. Thinking of her in any other way would be an insult to the elder sister who devoted her life to the study of magecraft. All of this Aoko wanted to tell Sojiro, but instead stopped herself. Even if she had, Sojiro was not a mage and could never understand. Besides, arguing with him any further would have not brought her any joy. She could have not put it into words even if she had tried. And so...
やけに姉貴の肩を持つじゃない、宗十郎。
I know! He's actually taking on Touko's side despite she was threatening him at the time.
もしかして、一目惚れでもした？
In her own cowardly way, Aoko dodged the subject. She smirked childishly.
肩ぐらい持つ。あの人はかわいそうな人だからな。
Ooh, if he really said that to her, she would have killed him. Would she? Sojiro did not take the bait. It's like he's so unfazed about love. Aoko was frustrated at his reply. Was she expecting his embarrassment face?
なぜ？
An icy glare replaced her smile. He did not falter, only plainly stating,
だって実の妹と争わなくちゃいけないんだろ。それはかわいそうなことじゃないのか？
This was the source of his frustration.
確かにね。
Oh, she admits it. Aoko's eyes narrowed unconsciously, as if hiding from a painful truth. This guy is a poison, she thought to herself. A poison with no antidote. With his words, he was unwillingly bringing her weakness to light.
だけど私も姉貴もそれを何とも思ってないのよ。だって、それ以外に解決策はないんだから。
Sojiro looked down and frowned in defeat. And that's sad too, he muttered. I know. Tragic. My god, how long is this chapter gonna go? The curtain of night had already fallen. Not even an hour had passed since Touko left the estate, and Sojiro was feeling the distance between him and the girls. Aoko and Alice felt much the same way about Aozaki Touko, who seemed more elusive than a phantom.
とにかく、姉貴が敵だってことは宗十郎にも分かったでしょ？ならつべこべ言わず、君子危うきに近寄らずよ。まあ、姉貴もあんたと会って、私たちとは全くの無関係だって分かっただろうから、そっちには手を出してこないでしょうけど。
Aoko seemed absolutely certain in her assessment, as if to proclaim that Sojiro had dodged a bullet. Strangely, she was placing her trust in her enemy's sense of reason.
そうかな。そうなのかな。
Unconcerned.
そうだといいんだけどな。
So uncertain,
そ
huh?
うだから安心なさい。昔からいらないものには手を出さないんだから、あの人は。
そっか。青崎がそこまで言うなら安心する。
She said Aozaki rather than Aoko.
あ、いらないものって言えば、TOUKOさんが青崎のティーカップをもらうって、セーブルのやつ。
Just bring up that. Oh, she stole your teacup. I hope you're not mad about that.
ちょっと待って。あんた、それを黙って見てたっていうの？
Sure.
そうだけど、やっぱりあれは奪っていったの。
Yeah. Oh, so she was stealing it. Oh, what? How could you not notice that? Sojiro nodded sagely while Aoko fumed. She wondered where his serious manner and tone had gone. Sojiro's frustrating absent-mindedness had returned.
しかもセーブルのカップって私の一番のお気に入り。
Even though she never paid attention to her cup in her hand. Aoko's fist trembled violently, but as much as she wanted to, she knew better than to plant it into Sojiro's carefree face. Not that he was even capable, but even if Sojiro did try to stop TOUKO, it would have gone tragically for him. I know he would have died.
仕方ないか。そういえばあの人、よく私の持ち物を奪っていったっけ？
Yeah, ever since when she was playing a game, she rejected her sister's offer to join the party.
他人のものを欲しがる癖、まだ治ってないんだ。
ん？子供の頃はみんなそうなんじゃないのか？
He says it like it's so obvious. He wondered aloud, curiously.
そうかな。私のクレヨンとか人形とか取っても仕方ないと思うけど、どうせ粉々にしちゃうんだし。
Jeez. Sojiro felt his heart jump into his mouth. The ominous foreshadowing was not lost on him.
それはどういう？
だからあの人って私の持ち物を横取りしてはぶっ壊すのが趣味なのよ。苦節14年、姉貴に目をつけられて無事だったものなんて一つもないもの。
Ah, so what she means, if he had taken her offer, she could kill him. Oh, so he was thinking back there. Listening to Aoko, Sojiro recalled his conversation with TOUKO. He hoped he was imagining it, but he vaguely recalled her declaring Sojiro's Shizuki as someone's property.
それはちょっと難儀だな。
Troubling, he says. He's not even... Sojiro's face turned grim, not unlike a detective at the scene of a crime. A scene which left no traces of evidence or clues as to how the case could be solved.
でしょ？ひどい姉貴なのよ、あの人って。
Unaware of Sojiro's turmoil, Aoko calmly sipped her tea. Sojiro watched as Aoko shrugged her shoulders before looking over to the drawing room clock. No matter how heavy the move, time kept on ticking.
明日から大変になるね。
What a foreshadow. Muttered the undeniable victim of today's injustices. Aoko looked ready to move on from the incident, adding,
そうね。でも今はそんなことより今日の夕飯のが楽しみなんだ、私。
Alice seemed to second that opinion with her son. Oh, so they're... Oh, so they want to have Sojiro's cooking. Comfortable and relaxed, neither of them seemed to have any intention on leaving the sofa to prepare food. Guess he knew. Tonight was supposed to be his night off from work. At least until midnight. But Sojiro knew that until the clock struck midnight, he would be serving on hand and foot the two ladies of the house. For one, it would take at least another hour to prepare something to eat. And there was no way the exhausted Aoko and Alice would stand for that. So the only other option, in the end, was to have something delivered.
なんと、TOUKOさんについていけばよかったかもしれないんだ。
Oh god, is he actually considering? Just to be her boy toy? Sojiro opened his wallet as he second-guessed his situation. His eyes settled on the third and final 10,000 yen bill in his wallet. It stared back at him forlornly, reluctant to leave its home. No! My 10,000 yen bill! You were my only friend! With a heavy heart, he bid it farewell. To the grave with you. Ippoten. Oh. Howling. Let's save this chapter. Oh, thus the end of this chapter. Okay, I promise I'm gonna finish 2 chapters, so. And I got plenty of time, so might as well. Also, bathroom break. Okay, and I'm back. Let's just hope that I can get through to this episode. It took 2 hours. Chapter 10, The Howling. This everyday tale started like any other. Just proceed to the next chapter like it's another day. Oh. Do I... Oh no, it's transition. After all that ordeal... Daylight. The morning sun alerted Sojiro that day of work lay ahead. Specifically, the gardens needed tending to, and an unkept garden made for an unhappy Sojiro. Luckily, today was his day off from all his part-time jobs. It was the perfect opportunity to get his hands dirty. Oh, he's actually gonna chip the garden? There was one problem, however. The mansion's grounds were vast. Not only had the courtyard been left to run wild, but the area around the front door had been neglected too. To tend to these problems thoroughly, he would have to work on them week in, week out. In an ideal world, his task would only take a day before its enormity. I can't believe he's actually considering on TOUKO's offer. Which I would agree to. Under the hands of a hot woman, of a beautiful hot woman, hot lady. How I'd kill for that. For the moment, Sojiro decided to set foot into the mansion's wilderness and evict the weeds. Wasting none of the early light, he started tackling the ones around the mansion. By his estimation, he could clear the forecourt, courtyard, and backyard, then take a small rest. And Alice just casually walked.
どうしたの彼
Probably he wants to keep himself busy.
さあ、草摘みが趣味ってわけじゃなさそうだけど。
It was just before noon in the sunroom. Oh, I guess Aoko is awake too. Alice had come down, book in hand, to find Aoko sitting down with a fashion magazine and elegantly sipping tea. Through the window, she could see the crouched figure of Sojiro shuffling by.
朝からやってるみたいよ。起きてカーテンを開けたら、もうあの格好でスパスパやってたから。 ついでに焼却炉の掃除も言いつけといたけど、いいでしょ？
Clean the incinerator.
いいけど頑張るのね彼。外はあんなにも寒いのに。
Alice quietly sat down. Her teacup had been placed on the table for her. She poured herself some tea and proceeded to open her book. Oh, look at this peaceful, upbeat music soundtrack. Like a relaxing morning at the start of the day after last night. The two sat passing the time in silence, having happened to have the same idea. A nice, relaxing cup of tea in the sunroom. With their evening roles decided, there was no need for idle chatter. Aoko stared out the window, intermittently turning her gaze to her magazine. Alice was Aoko. Alice was immersed in a book on rune magecraft, occasionally tilting her head up as if to recall something. As if by unspoken agreement, they pressed their teacups to their lips and glanced outside. The two girls, Sojiro appeared as if he were an animal in a zoo. Neither was interested in lending a hand. Despite his sluggish movement, he was making good progress. What are they looking at? As Aoko's attention turned back to the sunroom, her eyes met Alice's. Same thoughts. Alice returned her gaze to her book, though moments later, she raised her head again. She's just peeking at Sojiro. Just weeding out the... What the fuck? What the fuck is he the Flash or something? What is he doing? What the fuck? What, is this happening in real time? Did he just like flash? Is he like a speedster? Clearing her throat, she attempted to focus on reading. It was no surprise that Alice admired Sojiro's diligence. Not even 30 minutes had passed before he had cleared the courtyard of its unsightly weed. Oh my god, not even 30 minutes? He cleared them all? How fast is he? Without stopping once, the mysterious gardener left the courtyard, puffing clouds of white breath. The area he left behind was spotless. I mean, he'd done many part-time jobs before. Alice muttered after scanning over his work. The stalwart Sojiro worked confidently and ceaselessly. She was impressed, like she was watching a scene from a great movie, but before long she grew irked. Why would he waste his energy like that, she thought. Alice looked at the clock.
焼却炉。今から手入れをしたら夕方ね。
It'll be evening.
そっちはもう終わってるわ。朝、上から見てたもの。壊されちゃいけないからあれこれ指示出してね。
Oh, she gave him pointers.
いやー、窓開けて散々となったから、部屋が冷えること冷えること。
Wow, that long. It was safe to assume Aoko had come to the sunroom to escape her cold room. Between barking orders from a window and cleaning in the cold, it was clear who had the harder job. Yeah.
しずきくん、何か言ってこなかった？
言ってたけど、よく聞こえなかったわ。
He wasn't shouting or something? In other words, his complaints fell on deaf ears. She just blatantly ignored his complaint. God. With nothing else to discuss, the two resumed their reading. The ever so tense silence was broken by Sojiro entering the house after finishing his cleaning. What? He stared at the two of them, displeased. Is she warm enough in here?
外よりは幾分ね。廊下の気温は外とあまり変わらないけど。それで、どうして庭の掃除なんて始めたのよ、宗十郎。
Sojiro's subtle jibe had failed to find its target. He had no chance of winning, and so just hung his shoulders in defeat.
今日は本当に寒い。明日あたり雪でも降ってくるだろうから、外の掃除は早くに済ませたかったのに。焼却炉は予定外だったぞ。
I didn't think I'd have to work on the incinerator. He sounded resentful, but his problem was not with the additional work. If anything, he was glad to do it. What he did not care for was how nobody even bothered to lend a
いい
hand.
じゃない。 焼却炉はみんな使うんだから。
Need to use it.
じゃ、その首相な心がけついでに2階の廊下に掃除機かけといてね。
What? He has to vacuum the upstairs too. He had to kill his time weeding the gardens.
それと裏庭のブナの添え木壊れかけてたでしょ。工具箱はあんたの部屋に置きっぱなしだからそれを使うこと。
She's using him as her manservant.
で、全部終わったら私の部屋に来てくれる？いらないものまとめておくから焼却炉で焼いておいて。
Bunch of things. Come to her room. I'd like to bring something to throw away with. What the fuck? This soldier, she's bleeding him dry. Hence why she made him clean the incinerator. Cruel, but clever.
それで青崎、君は何をするんだ？
そうね、やることもないしギターにでも触ってよかしら。
Oh, she's really using him as a manservant. Alko thought hard about how to spend her afternoon. Yet the thought of cleaning did not cross her mind, as had always been the case. No, it was not out of spite she did not think to help clean. It was because of the word cleaning was not in her vocabulary. Sojiro knew exactly why the mansion was in the state it was in. Still, that did not change the fact that the corridor upstairs was very long. And Alko was not lying about how cold it was inside. It was not much different than outside.
そうか。あくまで掃除をする気はないんだな、青崎。
Yes, indeed she is the devil. Just like Tobimaru stated her as.
まあ、掃除はしたいからするけど、こう、なんだろう。一緒に住んでる人間をそこまでこき使って、両親は痛まないか？それとも、割と気づいてはいたけど、両親そのものがないのか？
He's just clapping back at her. As usual, he might have gone too far. His remarks had hit too close at home. Aoko closed her magazine and turned to face him. Infuriated, she glared, her sharp blue eyes piercing into him. Sojiro knew he had not said anything unjust, but he always backed up, down first.
総十郎、何度も言うようだけど。
はい。
He replied automatically, straightening his back in response to Aoko's cold, calm tone.
勘違いはしないで。私たちはあんたを同居させてあげてるんじゃない。これ以上ないって譲歩の末、仕方なく飼ってあげてるだけなんだからね。
Aoko did not mince her words. Sojiro nodded in defeat.
そうか。飼ってもらってるのか。
Oh, basically a pet!
そう。番犬にもならないだろうけど。
Not very useful. After he weeded that garden? Aoko responded, already tired of the conversation. While Sojiro had little room to counter, he still tried.
しかし一方、番犬は間違っても自分の食いぶちを入れたり、あまつさえ家賃を払ったりしないのも事実であった。
Most pets don't have to buy food or pay rent.
なんか言った？
いや、負け犬の遠吠えを少しばかり。
Just a dumb mutt. He raised a hand dismissively, knowing he could not win. To Aoko's ears, his attempt at self-depreciation sounded facetious.
総十郎、あんた、本当にわかってる？
そうだな。君たちがどうあっても掃除をする気がないぐらいは、なんとか。
Aoko grinned at her pet's obedience. As long as he knew his place, that was all that mattered to her. She seemed to be extremely satisfied with his response.
余裕あるんだ、しずきくんってば。
Guess Tobimaru was right. She is the devil. Her playful smile darkened, as did Sojiro's expression. Boy, I sense some foreboding there.
青崎、なんだか息ができないんだけど。
Well, is she choking him with her severe aura?
このまま放っておくと、そんなことも言ってられなくなるんだけど、試してみる？
He shook his head, his expression growing more and more grim.
賢明ね。私も窒息したいなんて見たくないもの。
What was that, magecraft? The grating sound subsided. Sojiro gingerly touched his throat. The collar that had suddenly tightened around his neck returned to its normal size. Ah, so it had magical properties.
気管が塞がれた時の苦しさを知らないんだろう、青崎は。本当に抵抗できなくなるんだぞ、あれは。
だからそのための首輪だって言ったでしょ。今まで実践したことなかったし、あんたは相変わらず危機感ないし、ここらで一度しつけておいたの。それより掃除、急がないと日が暮れるんじゃないの？
You're wasting daylight. Crunch time.
わかったよ。結局、今日はこうなる星の運びだったんだ。
Sojiro left the sunroom, his shoulders slumped and his tail between his legs. Aoko watched him leave before turning to her magazine as if nothing had happened. Alice paid no attention. None of that had anything to do with her. With Sojiro gone, the room once again fell silent. As the clock ticked on, Alice suddenly stopped flipping through her book.
ねえ、どうして彼を酷使するの？
You're asking that now? She asked as though talking to herself. Aoko replied without so much as looking up.
別に最後には記憶を消させてもらうんだから、楽しかったら困るじゃない。
Obscure as ever, but sincere in her own way.
そう。言われてみればそうだったわね。
Alice could not believe she had forgotten about the situation. Silently, she looked up from her book and gazed outside once again. The courtyard through the window reminded her of where she lived a decade ago. Nothing could compare to the beauty of those gardens. But if that was the case, why did the scenery make her feel nostalgic? All Sojiro had done was take care of the gardens with the goodness of his own heart. In only half a day, he had achieved so much. It was Christmas Eve, and snow had started to fall. Oh wow, look at all those Christmas lights. Its timing was too good, as though it had waited for that day specifically. The cold, bustling main streets seemed bright and vibrant under the layer of frosty white. I like it that the main theme is just being under different tones. Reindeer statues illuminated the surroundings. Children danced merrily to jingle bells. People walked along the brick road, smiling broadly. These festivities, however, had not reached the mansion on the hill. Silence enveloped the isolated building. The shadow of snow-covered woodland grew longer, beckoning in the darkness. People returned to the warmth of their homes, knowing a bitter night lay ahead. Oh, we're fast-tracking now, huh? Something had been amiss in the mansion all day. Perhaps it was the calm before the storm. 2 days had passed since Aozaki TOUKO had revealed herself. Aoko and Alice spent more and more time locked in their rooms. Meal times had grown noticeably quieter. With their roles decided, they were too busy with their own jobs to worry about each other. On this day, the two had been relaxing in the drawing room since morning. The mood was calm. Well, mostly at least. Sojiro was fretting that tonight would be the same.
雪が明日ならよかったのに。
He aimed his words towards the girls on the sofa, despite knowing they would be ignored. Whether the snow fell today, tomorrow, or not at all, it did not affect them. The snow just meant a white Christmas. Aoko remained silent. She wasn't ignoring him per se, she just had other things on her mind. Sojiro knew this, but still cast a lonely glance around the sunroom. The courtyard he had cleaned only a few days ago was hidden by a layer of white. The falling snow would stop every so often, but then resume again as if teasing Sojiro. By the next morning, the courtyard would be a winter wonderland. Aoko and Alice sipped tea in an effort to fight the cold. In fact, that was all they were doing.
そういえば、トウコさんの髪の色は青崎より濃かったね。あんな綺麗な赤毛は初めて見た。短くしてるのはもったいなかったな。
Well, it was longer before. Soldier rambled on, not expecting a response. However,
短かったって姉貴の髪が？
Alko's expression went from nonchalant to its usual sharpness.
それどういうこと？短くしてるって髪の毛のことよね。
ああ、アリスより短かったけど、それがどうしたんだ？
別に、あの人前は私より長かったってだけ。そう、あの髪を切ったのね。
She spoke in a grave tone.
そう、あの髪を切ったのね、姉貴は。
Showing slight interest, Alice turned to Sojiro.
普通じゃないな。髪を切ったぐらいでどうしたんだ一体。トウコさんの髪が短いと青崎が困るのか？
I know, it's just a haircut, right?
まあ、その通りだけど。
What? But it's just a change of style.
いいわ。どうせ夜まで暇だし、説明ぐらいはしてあげる。
What, about a hairstyle?
あんたがそんなこと言わなければ、未知数のままトウコと戦う羽目になっただろうし。
Aoko knowingly glanced at Alice, her expression suggesting she was treating her. She was also likely seeking approval. Alice remained stoic as ever, her expression showing neither approval nor disapproval.
簡単に言うと、魔術師にとっては髪の毛も武器ってことよ。昔から人間の髪や目は魔術の材料になりやすいの。女の場合はことさらにね。
Oh, her hair was a weapon?
瞳の色は多いほどいいし、髪も長いほど質がいい。
Really?
髪の毛は自身と同一視しやすいし、長い年月をかけて育てられる原始的で強力な原料と思ってくれていいわ。
Really? Hair could be a weapon as mages? Strange. I never seen TOUKO use it.
私が髪を伸ばしてるのはまあそういうこと。手入れが大変なんだけど、そこは女だから半分趣味みたいなもんよね。
Sojiro glanced furtively at Alice, wondering if the same held true for her. Maybe Alice had cut it because it was a hassle to maintain. Sounded stupid, but then again, this was Alice. Sojiro nodded to himself.
ん？じゃあ青崎としてはいいことじゃないか。トウコさんの髪短いんだから。
それがここに来る前に使い切ったものならいいんだけど、伸ばした髪にはいろいろと使い道があるのよ。私は瞬間的な術の強化にしか使えないけど、姉貴だったら恒久的な術の補佐に使うはず。年月と想念を蓄えた髪は魔術師の分身とも言える。
Oh, so like Sun Wukong, eh?
そういったものをね、死んじゃった犬だの猫だのを反言させるときに与えると、術者に服従する使い魔が出来上がるの。
My god, are mages features like the hair and fingers really that could really make a reaction to that?
生前魔力のなかった使い魔。例えば猫とか犬ね。これらは術者の髪を取り込んで独自の魔術回路を得る。
Seriously?
申請することで全く違う生き物、猫の魔術師になるってこと。例えば人語を介したり人間に化けてみたりって。
So what, like any mage's hair are weapons now?
行動原理も変わってしまって、大抵は術者に似通った性格になるわ。そうよね、アリス。
Her last words came with a mocking smile. Alice slightly ignored it.
じゃあトウコさんにはアリスのみたいな使い魔がいると。
そう見るのが妥当でしょうね。姉貴は20年以上伸ばし続けた髪と引き換えに強力な使い魔を用意したってことよ。
The fight at the amusement park. Just the thought of Alice Kuonji releasing a flat snark sent a shiver down Sojiro's spine. The oil of the moon had been a unique familiar out of this world.
ほら、そこ心配しない。三崎町をぶっ壊す規模の使い魔なんてありっこないから。確かに長く歴史のある紙を使用するほど強力な使い魔が出来上がる。けど紙を使った魔術師はそれまで溜め込んできた山中のうちの一つを初めからやり直さないといけない。
They need to reset one of the 3 pillars.
切った紙はまた伸ばさないといけないでしょ。使い魔を作るのは簡単だけど、そう多く従えないのはそういうことなの。
Make familiars easy, but not leading them. As Alko spoke, her mood visibly improved, as though she had made a breakthrough.
犬とか猫か。
Tilting his head to the side, he could not imagine a world where dogs and cats were so powerful.
変ね。トウコさんは人魚師よ。使い魔を作って自分のレベルを下げるのはどうなのかしら。
協力者がいないだけでしょ。青崎のお家騒動に人の手を借りたくないから、自分だけで全部やるつもりなのよ。
Well, yeah, she did have co-workers like Ryoiki and Hokuto.
もしかして遊園地の人形って羽木の紙で作られたんじゃないだろうな。
確かに話に聞いた限りだと特注品ね。呪いによる永久期間、両手のギミック、フィンの一撃、執念深さ。トウコさんでもゼロから作るのは難しいでしょうけど。
Although I could sense that TOUKO was inclined
けど
with it.
何よアリス。
あの人は人形に自己を投影するような人じゃないわ。
Does she?
完璧な偽物なら許すけど、偽物に過ぎない偽物は容赦なく壊してきた。青子から見てその特注人形はトウコさんと同じ力量を持っていた。
まさか遠く及ばないわよ。
No, hardly.
ならトウコさんの髪とあの人形は別件よ。
So it could react like that from her hair?
あの人が自分の魔力を分け与えたほどの使い魔があと一体はいると見るべきね。
専門家としての意見。つまりその使い魔は姉貴より強い。
そうでないと意味がないわ。
What's the point of creating one?
人手が足りないというのもあるでしょうけど、だって私たちは2人、彼女は1人だもの。
She has a
同時
backing.
制圧も想定済みってわけ。なるほどね。その場合どっちが強い方を引き当てても恨みっこなしよアリス。こと使いまであんたが遅れを取るとは思えないけど。
Does she? Alice had never been defeated by a familiar. Oh, so a familiar is her specialty? She sighed at Aoko's
青
overconfidence.
子、たとえ20年間の蓄えを付与したとしても、その器が小動物では限度があるわ。あのトウコさんが切り札になる使い魔を用意したのなら。
I'd lose.
よしてよ
She'd lose.。
いくらなんでも姉貴はそこまで悪趣味じゃないわ。
Oh. Yet hating her as she knows she wouldn't stoop that low? Like she had dignity? The conversation had returned to the drawing room, but the subject matter was not for the faint of heart.
そうね。けれど、人間を追い詰めるのに最も効果的な相手は、やっぱり人間なのよ。
Oh, it leads to just a change of hairstyle.
トウコさんが死者を亡者にしていなくても、それと同格の相手がいるぐらいは覚悟しておいて。
はいはい、わかったわよ。確かに天才ってやつは空気読めないから、どんな生き物の死体を用意してきても驚かないわ。
Alright, would you be ready? Falco nodded reluctantly at Alice's directness. Needless to say, Sojiro was completely lost.
その、よくわからないけど、
Yep, same as usual.
なんで青崎たちは死んでるってことに固執するんだ？
それは使い魔じゃなくて協力者でしょ。使い魔は基本術者なくしては生きられないものにしないと。
Co-conspirators. Familiars can't live with a mage to sustain them.
それでいて優れた意志を持ち、術者の資格や盲点を補える知性もある。それが一流の使い魔の条件よ。
Huh. So they could compensate their shortcomings. compensate their weakness.
正直な話、それだけ都合のいいやつは死から作り直すしかないってわけ。
Completely obedient and capable of compensating for their mage's weaknesses. Sojiro felt that familiar was a little different than himself. Isn't that accurately what servants are? Master and servant?
さて、姉貴は昔からルーン使いだったから戦術は予測できる。問題の切り札もどうやら使い魔らしい。自動人形もさすがにこの前で使い切っただろうし。
Aoko spoke directly to Alice, looking for confirmation. Alice nodded in agreement.
じゃあ予定通り今日で終わりにしよう。この1ヶ月好き放題やられた借りギッタンギッタンにしてあのバカ姉貴に返してやる。
Guess she's really head on to ending this. Aoko clenched teeth and balled her fists. It all seemed like nothing more than sibling rivalry. In fact, that's probably all it was. Looking at Aoko, Sojiro let out a sigh of relief. With what happened with TOUKO and how they reacted to her visit, the atmosphere had been deathly tense. For now, though, Aoko seemed much calmer. He took comfort in the thought that perhaps the sisters would just bury the hatchet. Even if Aoko and TOUKO were not sisters, he would not want to see what would happen if they fought. The hands of the clock turned gently. Approaching Judgment Night, a merciless silence would soon come to mock Sojiro's complacency. As night appeared, two things vanished. The first was the whimsical snowfall. The second was the lights of the mansion on top of the hill. Aoko and Alice were nowhere to be seen inside. Only Sojiro remained. It was the night of Christmas Eve. Though Aoko and Alice had yet to find TOUKO, they knew everything would be concluded over the course of this day and the next. Christmas comes but once a year. It was a singular time for endings and new beginnings. In Japan, the modern holiday dated back only about 100 years, and celebrated Christ's birth only in name with all its latter-day trappings. It was neither a pure homage nor corruption of the festival that inspired it. Regardless, there was a significant increase in the land's mana during festivals. Oh, so that's why they decided the date on Christmas Day. It's like Jujutsu Kaisen. Like, the climactic battle begins at Halloween, and then Christmas now, and then Christmas Day. Such charged distortions were a boon to a mage's craft, be it creative or destructive. Naozaki TOUKO sought to destroy the local sigils, which gathered and properly cycled the magical energy of the land and its people. Sojiro was able to gather that much from Aoko and Alice's conversation. TOUKO had already claimed 3 sigils. Only 2 remained. Any further loss would signal Aoko and Alice's defeat. In order to protect the remaining ones, they had to split up. Aoko lacked power. She would need to borrow a ploy from Alice and head toward the Tokawa sigil, which boasted the greatest local energy supply. Alice would go fully equipped to the sigil in Yashirogi. Free from the constraints of civilized society. Oh, all the gardens have been weeded. Magecraft is most powerful at midnight. The young witch and the apprentice mage wished each other luck before leaving the mansion. It was almost 10 at night. After the girls set out, the first 2 hours passed quickly. When Aoko was ready to head off, Sojiro walked with her to the foyer. Neither had spoken a word to each other. She departed without showing any sign of fear. The climactic battle. It was difficult to tell whether she did not want him to get involved, or whether she did not want him to see him a worthy ally in combat. The thought stuck with him. He let out a long sigh. Not out of dejection or frustration. It was a mechanical, emotionless breath. He sat on a near-frozen floor, staring vacantly up at the skylight. Moonlight peeked through the clouds. He imagined the moonlight bouncing off the town's powdery blanket and illuminating the night. But he would not find himself downtown. Watching from the sidelines was his role to begin with. His roommates and he lived worlds apart. I know, he's just a bystander hostage. He could not keep up with them, and if he did not show the same kind of will, he would remain on the sidelines. However,
そうか。この手が必要な時はもうないのか。
oh, so you realize now. Sojiro looked up at the moon. Somewhere deep inside, he felt a trickle of sadness. Now we're going to Aoko's POV now. Veiled in white and cloaked in darkness, the park seemed like a forgotten memory. Not a soul was in sight. The night felt far more enigmatic than usual, yet the air was clean enough to drink. Though only a sliver of moonlight peered through the clouds, it lit up the entire world. In those moments, a young girl's footsteps echoed, trampling the still white silence under a midnight sun. The pale moon illuminated the inky blue sky. Only a few streetlights and incongruous phone booths betrayed signs of civilization. Oh no, it's Alice. A girl appeared, dressed in black. Against the snowy landscape, the figure of Alice Kuonji was unmistakable. Pure black, deeper than even the night, were her overcoat, gloves, and hat, even her hair and eyes. Nothing stirred for a time. Not Alice, nor the white scenery. The world was still a painting of snowy field. Only time moved, gradually darkening the lights in the park, and eventually the nearby homes as well. Oh god, my tongue, my throat. Yashirogi was a more modern and developed town than Misaki. Oh, is that Stone Canyon? Though the park was located in the center of town, it had become a blind spot. It had been overlooked by developers and carried no commercial value. Few houses encircled the park, the streetlights turned off at midnight. A perfect place for a mage battle. Leaving no witness. It was a white night. People, even machines, were fast asleep.
私が先なのね。
People, even machines. Alice whispered, watching the streetlights slowly fade. She thought she heard a dog howling in the distance. Yeah, that's no doubt the howl. Perhaps it was howling at the moon. Nah, I wouldn't say that. The howl reached deeper into than I expected. A wolf, maybe? Who could be ringing in this time of day, when Sojiro was all alone? The phone rang. It was perhaps the first time it had hung since Sojiro moved into the mansion. Hesitantly, he picked up the receiver and brought it to his ear. He heard nothing. He felt he had to say something, but could not think what. Maybe something like, "Hello, moshi, Kuonji, shoku desu ka?" Or maybe, "You've reached the Aozaki residence?" While he was deep in thought, a voice as light as air came through the receiver.
しずき
That does not sound good. Is she in trouble? Is she out of breath? Sojiro could barely hear the voice, but it was definitely Alice's. Oh god. Did she hit some fatal wound?
そうだけど、アリス。
Sounds like she's out of breath. No response. The silence was as profound as the night. Before the sound of static from the receiver. After a long pause, Alice finally spoke.
青子は
いや、まだ帰ってないけど。
Oh, did they walk into a trapdoor or something? Sojiro, with a click, the call ended. Sojiro wondered if she had something to say, but could not respond in time. Yeah, I do not like the sound of that. Slowly they advanced, carving through the fresh snow. There were so many. Where had they all come from? Dozens of feral dogs snared at Alice, all eyes trained on her. The snow clung to the beast's mangy fur. Even the main theme is changed. Their clenched fangs and bloodshot eyes hid a barely reigned hunger that might burst forth like lightning at any moment. They yearned to taste her warm flesh and satiate their empty bellies. Ugh. Descriptive much? Okay, I'm gonna go get another water bottle. Yeah, I knew from her tone of voice that she's in a pinch. To them, the girl in black stood like a lighthouse in a stormy sea. Although I'm kind of curious, how did she got the line contact through the phone? She watched them, disinterested. It appeared that the Yashirogi sigil was the key target tonight, not TOUKO where Aoko had gone. Alice had always been unflippable. Wait, did she just switch her eyes? Oh yeah, she did. Alice had always been unflappable, and the child's play before her was hardly about to change that. Her main enemy was not the dog surrounding her, but the lone mage behind them, Naozaki TOUKO.
ひどい趣味。ここ数年で品が落ちたの。
Is this what she had been using her hair on? A hound of a feral, a large amount of dogs? Guess that foreshadowing confirms it.
それならそれで嬉しいけど。これが地金なら、青崎との付き合いもいよいよ白紙に戻せるわ。
TOUKO laughed at the acerbic taunt.
いやいや、これは不可抗力でね。安心しろアリス。間違っても私の趣味じゃない。
Oh, she's actually here. Crunching through the fallen snow, TOUKO slowly came into view. She wore a moss green coat that contrasted sharply with Alice's garb. Silk scarf warmed her neck. Oh, that was silk? I didn't know. Although that doesn't look warmly enough. She stood tall, her hair short, striking a more valiant posture than any young man. After all, the two standing here need to be less like the shining moon, and more like the darkness surrounding it. The barking abated. Like servants in a royal court, they averted their eyes from their ruler, lest their eyes and hearts be plucked out.
久しぶりだね、アリス。
トウコさんも お元気そうで。
How impressionless. They stood about 12 feet apart. No love had been lost between them. Just two enemies, one who has to be victorious and one who was to fall.
さてどうしようかアリス。積もる話もある。君の近況にも興味がある。そもそも今回の件についていろいろと説明したくてたまらない。
I don't know if she meant that literally or metaphorically, concerning the fact that she has a herd of dogs about to kill her.
5分ほど時間を割いても構わないか？
お断りよ。あなたと5分も話をしていたら、その隙に内臓まで売却されそう。
Yeah, I guess a mage's battle is that they be overcautious with each other. The following events unfolded quickly. Boldly and without a second's thought, Alice pulled out a cat's bill from the seam of her mantle and dropped it. Diddle diddle. Ah, hey diddle diddle and the cat and the fiddle. The beginning of Alice Kuonji's magecraft, the start to a night of fairy tales. Alko favored a quick draw approach, like something from a western. However, Alice preferred sleight of hand. What's that? What's that supposed to mean? Sleight of hand? Is that some sort of card trick? She used her target's blind spots against them, ending the game before they knew it had begun. The bell fell like a coin into a fountain. Then, as it was about to strike the ground, it shattered, disappearing without a trace.
ルーン、
Ah, so she set up a failsafe.
ああ、一日かけて公園中に刻ませてもらった。
Spent a day, huh? Guess if it was a day earlier, she wouldn't have implemented it.
この公園の道はレンガだからね。手間こそかかったが簡単な仕事だった。周りの森まで見て、ざっと400平米のキャンバスだ。面白いだろ？今私たちは30万字以上のルーンの上にいる。
Damn. You know, if they did this in a day early, maybe she should have had a chance. Instead of Christmas Day. Well, there goes her card. Swallowing hard, Alice took a step back. TOUKO had carved runes all over the ground. Even the area Diddle reacted to alone, there was a depressing amount of them. Had she truly carved them into the whole park? Alice did not react with surprise. She simply narrowed her eyes. She could see how it would have taken the whole day. It was no wonder Diddle Diddle, Banquet of the Night, was destroyed by the skin of sun. Still, something bothered
一
Alice.
体どうやって隠していたの？
There were just so many. What kind of magecraft could do that? Did she use snow?
ああ、ちょっと特別性。このルーンね、普段は確定していないんだ。こうしている今も変形している。パッと見はただの傷跡。それが強い魔力に触れると元の形に立ち戻る。
Memory
形
runes?
状記憶ルーンとでも言おうかな。
Shift location? Frequently? Jesus.
そんなわけで、いかなる夜の深さをもってしても、この太陽は没しない。
She spoke modestly, but Alice could not imagine the amount of persistence, technique, and skill it must have taken. And it only took a day. Even 10 mages would have trouble producing so many sophisticated runes in that time. Huh, guess she is gifted after all. Moreover, these runes were made using unknown techniques the association had not approved.
負け惜しみだけど、私みたいな小娘一人に大人げないわね、トウコさん。
バカを言うな。君を小娘だなんて一度も思ったことはないよ。
Guess she never underestimated her.
まあ、私好みの体だと眠めつけることはあったがね。
Really? Really? Honestly, I kind of like your body a lot. It happened in the blink of an eye. Ah, she got shanked. Alice cut off Touko's snide remark with a deadly stare. The left eye of the darkly clad girl changed in color to an ominous ruby. Another mystic eye? The speed of the incantation was phenomenal. Alice's mystic eyes of enthralling. Ah, snared Touko. So she does have a mystic eye. She had been the one to quite literally be taken captive by the girl's stare. Oh, she's feeling it. Touko tried to raise her arm, but could not even move a finger. Alice's mystic eyes commanded absolute control, with no room for resistance. Only a person's internal organs were allowed the freedom to move. Since their organs still function, it was more precise to say that her eyes forbid the target from acting. Alice had played her hand with exquisite timing. Really liking those bondage play you put here. It wasn't the speed of her eyes that had given her an edge. The deftness with which she wove her spells to exploit the briefest vulnerability is what made Alice a different caliber to other mages like Aoko. This witch, who lived hidden in the modern era, was more seasoned in magical battles than Aozaki Touko. But...
だが残念。ディドルディドルが響かないのでは、魔眼のアクロスティック化はできないようだな。欲しいね。あの月目のプロイキッシャーなら、これで私の方はお手上げだったろうが。
Damn. She already seen through it. Formation holding Touko began to distort. In the blink of an eye, the mage had bested Alice's mystic eyes. But she felt that. Alice's black outfit fluttered in the wind. She turned so she was not facing Touko head-on, and the mage had recovered through her own mystic eyes. She turned so she was not facing Touko head-on, the mage had recovered through her own mystic eyes. At the root of Touko's mystic eyes was the spell of Mesmerize. Ah, so it's mystic eyes and Mesmerize? Most effective when facing their prey, such eyes could mind-jack a target's awareness. It was difficult to resist head-on. Yet Sojiro did it. However, its effect was greatly diminished if the target was not facing the eyes directly, even if it was within range. Moreover, the girl was the last witch of her lineage, who commanded a great number of fairy tales. Against mystic eyes that projected their effects, simply turning one's body was enough to repel half of the magical energy. Oh wow. Like Alice's eyes, Touko could also disable actions. Alice had escaped by the skin of her teeth. The damage she suffered was the weight of a twig to a forest. Oh, so it was minimal damage. She just had to let the energy pass. An instant, a startling chill ran through Alice's body. Ah, fin shot. This was the problem. The touch of death ran up her spine. She glared at the mage before her as blue rubber balls flowed out from beneath her overcoat. Ah, she triggered her eye now. Stare-off grew more intense. Alice glared harder, resisting Touko's mystic eyes with her own. Does that even work? Like, mystic eyes against mystic eyes that could repel each other? Even though it has, like, different properties? Losing was not an option. In terms of raw magical energy, Alice Kuonji's mystic eyes were more powerful and advanced than Touko's. Yet she's getting one-sided. Surely nobody could beat her. Well, surely. And yet, her unfiltered stock of magical energy, stifled by old-fashioned values, was no match for Touko's madness. Deeper within our eyes, somehow the eyes revealed a sealed power. Guess it only limits to a left eye? Oh, is she like using it? Is she using it simultaneously? Shooting shutters by shutters? Inside the crystallized lens of Mage's left iris was a bottomless pit, a Klein cube. Ooh, that did not look good. Alice winced in pain. Looks familiar to Gandar. Gandar? The bindings grew in number. So many mystic eyes. Thousands, perhaps? And all fixed on Alice. Was she using consecutive shots? Pressure. So much pressure. Endless, and Alice knew it. She saw, incredulously, she saw eyes growing within eyes. Oh Jesus, what the hell is that? TOUKO had placed opposing mirrors inside her eyes, resulting in infinite glare. How? Wait, really? She had mirrors inside her eyes? How? When did she set up like that? Was it some sort of contact lens? It was the act of a madwoman, creating mystic eyes within mystic eyes. She could even control the resulting chaos caused by all the copies. Her insanity knew no bounds. No mage in their right mind would mass-produce so many mystics, the last escape of humankind so indiscriminately. Is that what she spent on her hair with?
やれやれ、これもお気に召さないか。私なりにマインスターの真似事をしてみたつもりなんだが、うまくできているだろう。君の悪路のように希少な神秘で現実をねじ曲げるのではなく、量産した神秘で現実をねじ伏せる。
Ah, to mass produce a mystic. To overcompensate on the prodigious ability.
もの自体はただの間が。だがその段数には果てがない。
Regular mystic, aren't mystic eyes rare?
相手がどれほどの魔力抵抗を持っていようと、それ以上の魔力で拘束するだけのものだ。
Sounds like a pain in the ass. She wielded power without limit to disable an opponent. So she had to stack up multiple times, huh? Once one was caught in them, one was chained to the concept of infinity. Projection-type eyes had a fatal flaw. Their firepower and formula were insignificant compared to the great artillery of incanted spells. But TOUKO had torn down that conventional wisdom with brute strength. If the gun was a pea shooter, she simply needed to bring more guns. A 9mm bullet would never destroy a fortress, unless one threw a fortress mass of bullets at it. Oh, like an automatic fire. Like a rapid fire, Gatling guns, aircraft bullets. The principle was brutally simple. Just to mass shoot small bullets into to compensate the firepower. To compensate the lack of firepower. In the world of magecraft where concepts decided supremacy, TOUKO's iterative mystic eyes were the perfect weapon. The target would be bound until she closed her eyes. In theory, at least, the effects were infinite. Well, until she closed her eyes. No amount of magical energy could ever overcome it, so it was utterly futile to resist using magical energy. Of course, one way to counter it would be able to stay out of TOUKO's line of sight to begin with. Standard tactic against mystic eyes was to defeat the user before they were aware of you. Although that's easier said than done. If the user has fast acts. There was, however, another way. It was simpler than one might think. Just temporarily blinding her, like throw a snowball at her face, or sand.
ともあれ、これで罪だ。何か言い残すことは？
Alice could no longer see her enemy. TOUKO's infinite eyes had bounded her. All she could make out was a of moonlight, and blue streak tracing its way towards her. Wait, that looks familiar. Looks familiar to Aoko's magic bullet.
結構悔いのない人生で羨ましい。
She drew a rune in the air, unleashing a shockwave to tear flesh asunder. The gust became blades of air that shredded Alice's overcoat and minced. Oh, what? Are those crow-like wings? Blue feathers flitted all around. TOUKO felt something behind her and turned. 5 cat-shaped bells were thrown at her feet. And just as quickly they shattered to pieces. Standing before her was a completely unharmed Alice Kuonji.
そよ風みたいなルーンね。トウコさん、本当に鈍った？
Wait, was she really? Did she really took those consecutive shots?
セミか。術者の身代わりになるプロイの話は聞いてなかったな。
Ah, a clone. Wait, did she use her hair for that?
ええ。1年のうち365日は役立たずで、どうしてあんなのが古参なのか私も疑問だけど、殺されることだけは得意なのよ、彼。
Useless every other day of the year, comes in handy when someone's trying to kill you. Oh, so she used it as a dummy. As if responding to Alice's word, a bird began chirping frantically. An anonymous sacrifice. Who killed Cock Robin? Etched in a night sung out of tune. Cock Robin.
ああ、そんな歌もあったな。
Nursery rhyme?
だがあれは一度に1回しか殺されない。2度目はないし、あったとしても。
The bird squawked a very unbird-like death throw. From behind Alice, the blue robin fell from its tree, a victim of TOUKO's mystic eyes. Oh yeah! Shooting consecutively. I guess it has a similar concept to Aoko's magic bullets.
本当に使えない。
Oh, just disses the bird.
ではやり直しだ。あとも使えている。これで終わりにしよう、アリス。
そうでもないわ。
Oh, why is she?
確かに、今の私にあなたの魔眼は破れない。けれど、Beauty up with wood and clay, wood and clay, wood and clay, Beauty up with wood and clay, my fair lady.
Is that Alice's voice? It has the same music tone as the London Bridge. The song came from the depths of the earth, stirring a mighty quake to mark the birth of something gargantuan. Oh, is it a big rock golem? Oh, shooting shutters now. TOUKO needed to throw Alice into an infinite hell before whatever that was could be completed. But she was far too late.
Wood and clay will wash away, falling down, falling down, Beauty up with bricks.
Oh, it is an earth golem. The ground burst to life. A finger, then another, and another, all rising up like towers. Earth, snow, and brick knitted together, manifesting a giant stone golem.
そんなバカな話があるか。なぜこいつが出てきやがる。
TOUKO was so angry and confused she could barely gather her thoughts. The bridge giant. Is bridge giant a thing? Was there such a thing in a fable? The monster from the Minster's fairy tales rose from the ground, ruining TOUKO's plan. Oh, whoever meticulously placed rune. The giant was extremely powerful, but could only be summoned under one condition. Ah, limitation of one condition. It must be in proximity to a natural river. Oh. So they were near a river? That was the monster's one and only condition. Wait, what happened to all the wolves? But this park was nowhere near one. And on top of that, it was rising up directly between TOUKO and Alice mid-battle.
あら、あるでしょう。すぐそこに。
There was?
川と呼ぶには小さな。すぐに消えてしまうものだけど。
What, is it like a temporary illusion spell? TOUKO lowered her gaze. She was standing in a puddle of water. Wait, that counts as a river? The scarred red mage was dumbfounded. That was why Alice had used Diddle Diddle before. While the bells could be replenished, they were valuable to Alice. She had spent 5, throwing them in an intentional line for the sun runes to destroy. From there... melted the snow. A big rock golem? Oh Jesus. What is that? Is that like Cerberus? It's like it has so many jagged teeth. It's like a wild ravenous dog. Is that even its face? The arms of Thames Troll rise up from the stone's paving. The monster's torso alone surpassed 80 feet. Its form was made entirely of stone. Previously, she had created one using the trees of a forest. However, TOUKO knew instantly the monster before her was at least twice as powerful. She unleashed her stacked mystic eyes. They were meaningless at this stage. They had no effect on the giant. Guess a part of the rock wouldn't stop. As said, mystic eyes can be countered in 2 ways. The first is to hide oneself from the view of the mage. That was the standard response. The other way, however, was devilishly simple, yet 100% effective. In fact, it's less of a way and more of a fact. Mystic eyes curse a target by focusing on them. However, what if the target was too large to focus on entirely? So it can only hold part of its arm? Yeah, it can't even encapsulate the sheer size of the thing. The answer was, one could barely stop a single arm. Yep. Can't encapsulate the entire image. The giant, unfazed, raised its arm and swung it down onto the ground, destroying thousands of wounds. Oh look, it's a flat arm! I mean, this is a visual novel. The demolished stones were then absorbed into its arm, adding to its mass. As the mage has said before, no matter how deep the night, these little suns won't set. While the suns might not set, they could be crushed under the bulk of a giant's hand. But what about the dogs? The victor of the battle was decided. Aozaki TOUKO closed her eyes, prepared to escape. Stray dogs began to whine, fearful of the hulking figure before them.
参ったな。私ではマインスターには勝てなかったか。まあ、そのあたりは今後の課題としよう。
呆れた。逃げられると思っているの？トウコさん。
She doesn't seem very concerned at all. I mean, does she even have a surefire way of escape?
まさか。そこまで鈍ってはいないよ、アリス。第一、逃げるとしたら、それは私の方じゃないからね。
As she serves. There was no hint of bravado in TOUKO's tone. She could probably see that coming. Even in the face of a titan, she had no means of harming me. Her confidence was unshakable. The reason being...
ま、前座は終わりだ。来い、ベオ。
Beo? As in the big dog? It was no longer a battle of skill. The fight for survival had begun. Snap went Touko's fingers. In response, a beautiful high-pitched melody floated up toward the moon. It echoed all around them. The spiral howl dredged up ancient primal memories. Its source emerged from the shadows and led it next to the mage. Ah, so this must be her familiar. The great dog. Oh god, it's even... Oh god, it's a lengthy boy. Alice's lip trembled faintly. Wait, is she scared of dogs? Not from fear, but with admiration, once she recognized the creature before her. It was a majestic golden beast, beyond the domain of both magical and phantasmal, simply divine. Wait, she managed to summon a phantasmal beast? Isn't that like a huge... Isn't that like a huge deal? It was a life that should have been passed on with the world of Age of Gods? Oh my god. I don't think no normal mage would ever compete with it. Unless if you have a servant. Servant-wise? Yes. But this? Mage-wise? No. No. I don't think they'll ever kill that thing. Mystic derived from human wisdom, preserved by thousands of generations of hidden tradition. A recreation of a miracle that once freely walked the earth. The natural enemy of magecraft, able to crush it with ease. Ooh. So in other words, that wolf could tear that golem like paper. Quiet resignation settled over Alice's face. The golden beast charged. This time, she didn't even have a chance to admit defeat. Thus the phone call. She could hear the beast breathing in her ear. Oh, seemed she had been unconscious for a short time. Alice opened her eyes and took a deep breath. Oh. Yeah, Alice. Each cough sent pain shooting through her body. Blood rose from the pit of her stomach, and she spat it out onto the cold ground. When her vision returned, she was able to make out the distant sky, falling snow, and the golden wolf. The wolf panted. It stared at Alice, saliva dripping from its mouth onto her cheek. Ugh. Razor fangs lined its jaws. Its fur was glossier than that of any animal she had ever seen. Brutal, knife-like claws protruded from its massive blood-stained paws. And yet, it did not smell like a beast. Surely, the presence of such a noble creature, a human would feel like the lesser animal. The battle between Alice and the wolf was over before it had begun. After destroying the troll, it baptized Alice with its wicked claws, giving her no chance to escape. Oh, Jesus Christ, her torso. Is that her torso? I don't see any claw marks. Its side swipe had torn into her abdomen like a sword. Eesh. Carving through her clothes and flesh all the way to her heart. Even so, not once did Alice make a sound. Ugh. God. The wolf had her pinned and stared at her face. Her limbs felt ready to break at any moment. That was the situation she found herself in. Now fully conscious, Alice stared at her enemy through pained eyes. She felt no fear, only cold reality sinking in. Sensing Alice's demeanor, the wolf suddenly paused. Its paws still raised. They looked into each other's eyes. Wait, who's talking? Is that the wolf? The wolf's voice came as a surprise. But there was no doubt it had spoken. How is this wolf showing compassion even though he's about to kill her? The wolf's voice sounded innocent, almost childlike. In complete contrast to what had happened at that point, the wolf smiled.
どっちにしろ我慢強いんだね、お姉ちゃんは。
The wolf opened its mouth wide and clamped its jaws around Alice's neck.
ベオ。
TOUKO's tone was sharper than the wolf's fangs. The wolf froze.
トウコさん。
He let go and slowly turned his head towards the voice.
とどめは刺すなと言ったろ。余計な仕事を増やす気か、バカもん。
それはそれで楽しいのに。ああ、退屈。話に聞いた橋の巨人も結局は他の生き物と一緒だったし。
Guess it was a one-trick pony. The wolf backed away from Alice, as if no longer interested in his prey. To the golden beast, she was little more than an old chew toy.
なんだ、もう意識が戻ったのか。心もタフなら体も大概だな。骨まで砕いてその程度の出血とは。マインスターの教育の賜物かい？
Since when did she have that kind of meticulous plan? To bring out the phantasmal beast? The mystic beast? Barely clinging to life, Alice stared at TOUKO. But not a stare of hatred and defeat, but one of disbelief. Alice simply wondered why TOUKO had brought such a beast. I know, it's such an overkill, don't you think?
ああ、紹介が遅れたな。彼はおそらく地上で現存している最後の人狼だ。
Last known werewolf.
北欧の奥地に生きる彼らの一族の中に現れた生粋の原種だよ。
Pure blood.
見ての通り、先祖返りなんて言葉じゃ表せない黄金の神秘でね。名前がなかったんで、わかりやすくベオウルフと呼んだ。
Ah, Beowulf. Like the king Beowulf. Berserker Beowulf.
ベオウルフ。
Alice's face was perplexed, even though she hadn't wavered when she was disemboweled. Beowulf. The name of the heroic giant slayer from Danish legend. Yeah, the heroic dragon slayer. It came from Old English, combination of honeybee and wild beast. A bear, in other words.
なんでそんなちぐはぐな名前を。
You know, I'm kind of impressed that she could throw out a remark even though she's clinging to death.
いや、可愛いからに決まってるだろ。
It's cute. You just took a name from a servant. How is it cute? Perhaps because of the name, or because of the golden beast itself. Fighting the pain, Alice struggled to read TOUKO. In this respect, she was worse than Naoko.
ついでに説明しておくと、周りの犬どもはベオが勝手に呼び寄せたものだ。私自身、マインスターの娘がただの畜生に傷つけられるとは思ってはいないよ。
Oh, so it was Beo's doing.
今のところは。
Oh, so they're gonna let the other dogs eat her, huh? Not the warm one Sojiro saw, but the merciless smile a victor displays to a loser. The disdain in Alice's eyes turned to anger. The golden mystic. How could TOUKO have brought such a creature into the human world? I know, it's insane.
何？需要と供給だよ。
Supply and demand?
過疎化は人間だけの問題じゃない。彼らもいい加減、昔ながらの生活には限界が来たらしくてね。
Must have
話
cost
し合
a
いの
fortune.
末、高額で私が買い取った。
Is it because she paid with her long hair?
と言っても、あくまで里から出すだけの権利だがね。
Was it her hair?
お察しの通り、私の髪はベオとの契約
Oh,
を
I
使い切
knew.
った。
Oh.
自分の髪を使って分身を作るより、強大な怪物を縛り付けた方がよっぽど健全。
So her hair was the cause. Ah, so she paid it with her hair. Guess that explains it. While she was talking, TOUKO noticed something strange, an unusual sound. A preternatural sound that tore at the mind. A sound that should not have existed. and was coming from the girl's open abdomen.
もう復元が始まったか。いや、というより、これは。
Is she moving her organs?
何この匂い。トウコさん、なんかワクワクすること起きてない？
What the hell is going on? Is like an alien about to burst out? Curious, Beowulf moved closer, like a puppy examining a new toy.
見るな、あっちに行っていろ、ベオ。正気を失っても知らんぞ。
Toko shooed the mutt away with her hand. Beowulf lowered his head meekly and withdrew.
教育方針を間違ったかな。まったく、乙女の腹を見ようなんて恥を知れ、恥を。
トウコさんだって見てるじゃない。
バカ。私は乙女だからいいんだ。
That's the only reason? If Aoko had been here, she would have blasted them away for their impudence, just as she did against Flat Snark.
しかしむごいな。こんなになるまで放っておくとは。マインスターは人の親とは言えまいよ。
With her gloved hand, Toko ran her fingers along the wound on Alice's abdomen. A flash of pain ran through Alice's butt. What's she doing to her? Alice had held in her screams, but she finally let out a long breath. She turned her face away in pain or shame.
ほら、もう肌も復元している。骨格、血管はおろか、内臓にまで施されたおびただしいまでの刻印だ。
There are crests in her organs now?
生後、肉体に魔術回路を付加することは諸刃の剣だ。呪文と自分を一体化させることにより栄唱の手間を省き、術師に多大な利点をもたらす魔術刻印。
But
しかし、それは多ければ多いほど苦痛を伴う。青崎の刻印は腕一本分。まあ、君に比べれば少ない方だな。
Yeesh. Got nothing on. The magic crests Toko referred to were the inheritance of the Aozaki family, passed down by their ancestors. They can only be inherited. Aoka received the ones they were meant for Toko.
しかし、それも良し悪しだな。右腕に刻印をした青子の痛みは、残る人間の体と神秘となった右腕とが反発する程度だ。
It could change into a mystic?
通常の肉体が右腕を否定し、末梢にかかる痛み。精神的にも肉体的にも生じる幻痛は、現在にも似て拭い去ることはできない。
Was that the result of how she shot that magic bullet at Flat Snark?
だが、ここまで来ると痛みも何もあるまい。そもそも生きている実感はあるのか？自分が人間だとまだ信じている？ああ、本当に。お互い非凡な死を持つと苦労するね、アリス。
Pity. Toko took Alice's body in her arms. The wounds from Beowulf had mostly healed. Even so, her breathing was shallow, likely due to the pain. Toko gently held the girl's face in her hand.
マインスターには恩がある。それに、私の相手はあくまで青子一人だ。
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, shit, what? Yeah, what? Alright, it's man. Oh, of course. Of course, it's mana. It's mana distribution. Couldn't you have any? I mean, of course, I heard that some could be transferred through a kiss, but seriously? Like that? Oh, what? What? Huh? Alice's lungs pined for oxygen. Toko pressed her lips to hers. The young girl wriggled, trying to escape, but Toko held her firmly. Beneath the blue moon, the two remained frozen. Then the sound of swallowing. Oh, Jesus! Something solid slid down Alice's throat. That she went limp and her arm fell. After setting Alice down to her side, TOUKO stood up.
今のは七かまどに手を加えた私の特製品だ。そう簡単に解毒はできない。魔力を流せば体の中で暴発する仕組みになっているから気をつけなさい。
Dose a blend of Rowan? So what, she gave her like a little bomb in her?
ああ、口移しは私の趣味だから。特に気にすることはないよ。
What? Something she likes to do. She what? This huh? What the hell? This woman? As she desperately clung to consciousness, Alice looked up to TOUKO from the ground. The disgrace from the kiss was greater than the pain she felt in her body. TOUKO began walking away, her golden wolf in tow. Neither looked back to see Alice's hateful glare.
そうそう。一つ言い忘れていた。ベオが呼び寄せた野犬たちだけどね。公園の外にまだ山ほどいるんだが、困ったことに彼らは本来何を口にするべきかを思い出している。ベオの野生に刺激されたんだろう。獣はより強い獣に従うものだからな。
In a roundabout way, TOUKO had read Alice her last rites. In nature, it was common for the weak that could no longer move to offer their bodies up to feed the strong.
じゃあ、私は行くよ。歩くことも満足にできないだろうが、無事に帰れるといいね。
With a twisted grin, the mage headed into the darkness. Damn. So she's gotta be eaten alive. Alice could still barely focus her eyes. The hounds looked like monsters out of a picture book. Alice took a deep breath, her consciousness slipping away. The sky was blue, the trees were tall, the park was a graveyard. In the corner of her eye, though, Alice could just make out a solitary phone booth. Ah, so that's where she got the call. The phone rang. It was the second time Sojiro had heard its voice echo through the cold foyer. Only a few minutes had passed since Alice called. He wondered what she could want this time. The call persisted, determined not to leave him to his thoughts.
はい、クオンジですが。
あら、その声は宗十郎くん?
Oh, TOUKO. A cheery voice. Sojiro had been expecting Alice. It was Aozaki TOUKO. Somehow, Sojiro was not surprised.
そうですけど、トウコさん、暇なんですか?
Are you bored? He said. He checked the time. He thought it was about midnight by now. No matter what the situation, Sojiro always kept his cool. He could hear TOUKO trying to suppress a laugh. After taking a while to compose herself, she started talking again.
ごめんなさい。ちょっとツボ入っちゃったみたい。で、質問の開始ね。これがあんまり暇じゃないな。私も今日で終わらせる予定だから忙しいんだ。
偶然ですね。青崎もそんなことを言ってました。
やっぱりそうね。こういう時は本当に姉妹だなって思うわ。昔からエンジンかけるタイミングだけは一緒だったから、あのことは。ところで、青崎はやめてって言ったでしょ。私も青崎だからくすぐったいのよね。そう言われるの。
Sojiro realized she was probably right. Aozaki's words made more sense now.
まあそんなわけだから、長話をする気はないんだ。単刀直入に聞くけど、そっちに青子はいる?
It almost sounded like she was worried about her sister's whereabouts. But the cool-headed Sojiro had not forgotten TOUKO was their enemy. Keeping Aoko and Alice in mind, he decided to be evasive.
さあ、なんて答えてほしいんですか、トウコさんとしては。
Huh, fair response. The question shifted the tone of the conversation drastically. Sojiro could hear TOUKO muttering to herself in annoyance. Sojiro was proving more quick-witted than she anticipated. Change of tack was required.
そうね。 君には何も答えてほしくないっていうのが正解かな。第一印象で君を無視するのは良くない気がしてたけど、やっぱり私は宗十郎君を手にかけたくはないみたい。
Oh, I guess she meant that genuinely.
君はこのまま無関係でいてちょうだいね。
Her warning came from the heart. Oh, so she genuinely did care about him. Sojiro responded flatly, once again not giving any sign either way. It seemed she wanted him to stay out of this too. Even Sojiro could tell the girls were being kind in their own way. But who asked for their kindness?
じゃあ、さよならね。私は君が思ってるほど暇じゃないから。でも、最後に一つだけ。君を試すようで悪いんだけど、伝えておかないと一生恨まれそうだし。なんで、そうならないように、責任の半分を君に押し付けちゃおうかな。
Don't tell me she's gonna ask to save Alice, right? Toko giggled. A laugh to show she had him in the palm of her hand from the beginning.
さっきクオンジさんに会ってきたの。彼女から電話があったでしょ。
Her tone had not changed. She sounded as cordial as before. Even so, as soon Sojiro heard Alice's name, a chill ran up his spine.
彼女、今ひどい状態なんだ。満足に歩けないどころか、体中の刻印が活性化して破裂寸前。宗十郎君が骨折の痛みを知ってるなら、うまい例えようがあるんだけどね。
Does she really have to be this descriptive?
まあ、ともかくだ。いつ気を失ってもおかしくない状態なんだけど、災難なことに怖い野犬に囲まれてるみたいなの。個人的な意見だけど、10分もあれば骨しか残らない結末になるでしょうね。
She spoke as if she was telling a joke. If it was a joke, it was in bad taste. However, Sojiro knew this was anything but. She was telling the truth. He had not heard of dogs attacking anyone in town, but the noise he heard while on the phone with Alice suddenly made sense. The dogs, a pack of them. No doubt about it, they were surrounding their prey. Why had he not caught on sooner? Squeezing the receiver in his hand, Sojiro cursed himself. Alice had been calling for help. Even when backed into a corner, she had not wanted to involve Sojiro. Still, she needed help. The way she said his name so lightly.
場所は
He spoke abruptly. Even though he knew Toko was the enemy, he was confident she would answer him. That was the reason she called.
教えてあげてもいいけど、そうした瞬間に、君は私の敵になるのよ。その覚悟はある？
Sojiro realized what was happening. He was being tested. By ignoring Alice, he would be confirming that he did not want to get involved. But if he decided to save her...
それで場所は
Sojiro ignored Toko's question. Of course he was not prepared to become her enemy, but he was even less prepared to let Alice die. He had lost his ability to think sensibly, not that he was particularly good about that to begin with. Still, he would not waste any time in deliberation. He would simply go with his instincts. It was one of the few times he had felt pride since coming down from the mountains.
そう。ちょっと残念だな。私は本当に君が気に入ってたのに。まあ、こうなることは分かってたけどね。場所はヤシロギの森林公園。受話器の下に地図があるでしょ。この前帰りがけにしおりを挟んでおいたから、それを参考にすること。繰り返すようだけど、10分持てば幸運。その後は1分ごとに奇跡の価値が上がるような状況よ。今の彼女は。
He's probably a fast runner, right? As he listened, Sojiro's expression turned to one of irritation. Misaki and Yashirogi were one station apart. How long would it take to get to the station from the mansion? Usually just under 12 minutes. By the time he got off the train at Yashirogi, nearly 30 minutes would have passed.
地図の上じゃ近いのに、区画整理された交通手段は不便よね。けど、急げば最終の電車には間に合うわ。ここで諦めた方が賢明だけど、君はもう私の敵だから。どっちにしたって、後悔のないようにね。
The line went dead. Sojiro, not TOUKO, had hung up the phone. Oh, Sojiro hung up the phone. He memorized the map and then made for the door. With no time to grab his coat, he ran into a snowy winter night with the clothes he had on. All that remained in the hall was the discarded map. It showed Misaki City. It was about 10 miles from the mansion to the nature park. 5 if you went in a straight line, but the streets were not that forgiving. 4 inches on the map, but so much farther in reality. For the first time, Sojiro cursed the town. Yes, with its structure like that. It's bullshit. Alice's injuries were not limited to her abdomen. The wolf had punched a hole straight through to her back, crushing her lower vertebrae and leaving both of her legs paralyzed. Then how'd she manage to get to the phone booth? Though her magic breasts were repairing the damage, it would likely take another hour before recovery. At the very least, her heart and slender arms still worked. Although after crawling along the ground to the phone booth, those two were failing her. As the crest healed her wounds, a searing heat ran through her body that threatened to overwhelm her. It was as if her body was no longer her own, like she was transforming into another creature. Oh, her sense of movements had been dulled. The poison throbbing through her open wounds hurt emotionally more than physically. She was used to pain, but she could not accept this disquieting feeling. Not that she had any intention to. The moment she did it would be her last. Is she conflicting herself? Alice wrestled with the discomfort from her abdomen and her magic crests. And with her consciousness holding on by a thread, she took the phone in her hand. It was unlikely Aoko would be there to pick up. Even so, with the stray dogs gathering around the booth, she had to try. It was Sojiro who picked up. Alice knew she was better off just hanging up, but his name slipped out of her mouth. After pausing and fighting with herself for some time, an image of an innocent boy came to mind, and she hung up. Her instincts had won out. She could not let him get involved. And not just because he was an innocent bystander, it was more than that. To Alice, Sojiro appeared that day because he was merely in the wrong place at the wrong time. Despite not wanting his company, only the lightest breath passed her lips. Above her, the moon began to blur. Snow was falling again, so close yet so far. The dogs began hurling themselves at the phone booth to the chorus of hungry snarls. Thunk, thunk. She took one last deep breath and closed her eyes. Glass, an unusual material for a coffin. Oh, the foreshadow. At the inch of her dreaded life. But the girl knew, in some corner of her mind, that she had made the right choice not to ask the boy for help. Some time passed. A peculiar sight came into view. A field of wild flowers. Oh, it's the near-death scenery. The clear sky was too blue. The flowers, so numerous they made the field look barren. The sight was so dazzlingly beautiful. She wished she could look away. I get the feeling that TOUKO would have knew that Sojiro would be her enemy regardless. This was probably all thanks to Father Winter. The cold wind carried a scent of paradise far removed, untainted by manward beast. It was a glimpse of the fields beyond winter. One could be forgiven for thinking they were the afterlife. Come to think of it, she remembered how funerals were sad, yet always beautiful. Guess her funeral won't be so pretty. She cried. She made an incongruous whine, a sound of life. Her breathing was strained and erratic. Hollow and useless was the heart that she once used to fend off pain. It was as though she was in a space between disconnected body and mind. Crying woman and a silent child. Was that silent child her, Alice? High was the sky, deep was the forest, unmoving were the people. No footsteps or voices of salvation came. Who was that looking instantly up at the sky in the stillness? Probably her glimpse of afterlife. When she came to, Alice was going up a familiar hill. Oh, Sojiro actually is carrying her. The cold night air had all but frozen her hands or feet. She shook, as you would expect from someone whose abdomen had been torn apart. Oh, she know it was his name that is carrying her. She could barely comprehend that she was being carried slowly up Shiro Inuzuka. Oh, he actually made it. Although he is kind of a fast runner, Sojiro had Alice on his back and was silently ascending the slope. His calm eyes seemed to be suffering from the bitter cold. He did not seem to be stressed for the time of year. Not even a coat. His exposed neck and hands were ice cold. Alice asked, still slumped over his frame. She tried to move, but to no avail. The last thing she wanted was to rest her entire weight on someone else.
TOUKO さんから電話があった。アリスが危ないって。青崎はともかく、アリスは意地を張りすぎだ。あの状況で助けを呼ばないのはどうかしてる。そりゃ、自分が言っても何もできなかっただろうけど。
Sojiro spoke with a scolding tone. His eyes kept firmly ahead. His words were directly at himself rather than the girl on his back. I guess that is inevitable. I think once he witnessed that magecraft, pretty sure his fate was sealed from the beginning. Sojiro focused on climbing the hill. The slope would get steeper from here to the mansion. The thought of Sojiro climbing this steep hill with her on his back surprised Alice. Ah, playing it tough, I see.
お腹をむき出しでかい。この方が少しは暖かいよ。それに、アリスは薪より軽い。山じゃこの程度は朝飯前だから気にしないでくれ。息が上がっているのは公園まで急いだからだし。
He's playing it tough now, is he?
まあ、その意味はなかったんだが。
なぜ？
俺が着いたら犬はさっさと散っていった。初めからTOUKOさんはそういうつもりだったんだ。
Ran for the hills, huh?
アリスをどうにかするつもりもなければ時間制限もなかった。喜ぶべきことなんだろうけど。
Thankful for small mercies, huh? Sojiro said dejectedly. But he was wrong. While TOUKO did not want to kill Alice per se, she would not have cared if she had died. At least that was the way Alice saw it. She did not know how long it took Sojiro to get to the park, but if he had not come, the phone booth would have collapsed and she would be dead. Alice did her best to suppress her thoughts and feelings. She felt silly at the thought of correcting him, and would matter little anyway. The thought of her trying to thank him was more painful than her open wounds.
もしかして公園からずっと
You know, despite all of the excruciating pain, I'm impressed that she's still talking.
仕方ないだろう。電車終わってたんだから。タクシーを使えばよかったんだけど、あいにく持ち合わせがなくて。
Damn, so he had to go on by foot.
今日ほどお金の不便さを思い知った日はない。
For the first time today, Sojiro let out a sigh. There was no point taking a break. He had already traveled close to 6 miles like this. Perhaps the fatigue was getting to him. Sojiro was more upset with his own weakness than the difficulty of the trek.
でもそれを言うならお金の大切さじゃない
Well, even in this state, she has the gall. You just scold.
使えるものがあるのにお金がないだけで使えないんだから それって不便って言わないか？
If there's something you can use only if you have money. And yeah, true. True. Only use if you have money. Just like Rin Tosaka used jewels as her magecraft. The innocence of his question made Alice briefly forget her pain. She too felt distant from the real world. But compared to the boy carrying her, she felt like a regular citizen. You know, this is like such a touching moment. Like Alice is now opening up to him. Even the slightest way possible. Even the smallest.
あなたらしいわ。
Even she remarked his character. Alice smiled to herself. Alice rested her head. Something soft touched her cheek. The collar Aoko had given him.
館に着いたら着替えるんだ。お腹の血も拭って。落ち着いたら今で話そう。トウコさんに言わせれば、俺もこれで敵らしいから。
With those words hanging in the air, they reached the top of the hill. And I need a bathroom break. Oh, guess drinking water needs some frequent bathroom breaks. Okay, I think we're close to finish. Almost there. The gate in the woods stood before them. Beyond it, illuminated by the pale moonlight, stood the mansion. Looking up at it, the girl felt a little disappointed. A natural reaction, yet she could not place where her sadness was coming from. Once they entered the mansion, Alice slid off Sojiro's back and walked toward the west wing. The west wing was her domain. However, after only a few steps, she collapsed to the floor.
Alice!
Sojiro rushed over to her, but she raised her hand. Her gesture told him he was not to come closer. He stopped in his tracks, a concerned look on his face. Her pale skin gleamed with sweat. Her expression uncharacteristically strained.
平気。部屋に戻るぐらいの力は戻ったわ。服を繕ってくるから、あなたはここにいて。すぐに戻ってくるから。そうしたら。
The pained look in Ao's eyes told Sojiro they would talk later. He knew he could not stop her. Sojiro reminded himself that she was the one in pain, not him.
それじゃあ、戻ってきたら話を聞かせてくれ。
Alice took a deep breath before slowly disappearing down the corridor. An uneventful 5 minutes passed. Alice returned wearing a fresh set of black clothes, but her complexion remained pallid. She actually managed to do it. With a small sigh, she carefully leaned against a pillar in the foyer and slid down until she was sitting.
アリス、 傷が痛むなら無理せず横になった方がいい。
Sojiro sat across from her on the cold floor.
傷はもう痛まないわ。横になる必要もない。
Yeah, it's like she had eye bags around her.
この体の異常は七かまどを飲まされたせいだから、どうあっても治らないもの。
じゃあせめて毛布とか。
いいから気遣いはしないで。ここなら寒さも関係ないから。
She seemed to be telling the truth. Sojiro remembered Aoko telling him that as long as Alice is inside the mansion, she would be comfortable.
あったかいのならいい。それで七かまどっていうのは。
Even after that, he's just asking her to explain it.
薬草の一種よ。7回かまどで焼いても燃え残ることから付けられた名前で、紅葉は魔除け。
Ah, so it's a ward.
普通の人には良くない程度だけど、私や青子には少し厄介ね。体内での魔力生成そのものに抵抗されてしまうから手の打ちようがない。
Nothing to do but wait it out.
毒と思っていいのか。
いえ、本来は薬草よ。今は傷を治すために魔力を使っているから苦しいけど、傷が完治すればおとなしくなるわ。魔術さえ使わなければ七かまども反応しないから。単純な話、七かまどを消化するまで私は役には立たないだけ。
And how long would that take? Alice paused. She decided not to say how many days that would take. Probably months.
別にしずきくんが心配することじゃないわ。こんなの血が流れる程度の痛みだから。
She worked hard to keep her tone calm. Aoko had barely blinked when she was struck in the back, so mages must have an unusually high pain threshold. Sojiro was surprised and bewildered by what she said. If wounds didn't count as long as the pain wasn't too bad, then nothing would hurt except an injury that killed you.
わかった。話をするのは明日にしよう。今日はとにかく体を休めてほしい。
明日になっても私の容体は変わらないけど。
いいんだ、それでも。アリスはもっと体を大事にしてくれ。
He stood up.
部屋まで送るよ。それとも今で休むか？西館には入ったことはないから、アリスの部屋もわからないし。
ここでいいわ。青子を待たなくちゃいけないから。
Alice looked up at the skylight. The moonlight illuminated her pained face. The foyer looked like it belonged to a rundown castle. Only the moon and Alice seemed more vivid than reality. Where did her strength come from? Sojiro stared at her. Without understanding the significance of Alice's gaze, he turned to his gaze to the night sky, powerless as it was. For the third time that night, the silence was broken by the sound of the phone ringing. Before Sojiro could move, a thin shadow bolted across the foyer. By the time he realized it was the weakened Alice, she had already taken the receiver in her hand.
青子。
It was the first time Sojiro had heard Alice sound concerned. Her tone was infinitely graver than when she was enduring her own pain. Alice's question received only a short response from the voice on the other end. It was a voice more frail than Alice's, like a flickering flame about to turn to smoke.
ごめん、やられた。
Same time, too. The phone was far from Sojiro's ears, but the words he picked up were very unlike her, despite saying so little no, because she had said so little. The weight of Aoko's defeat struck Sojiro hard. Alice silently set the receiver down. Only moments before, her body had been fighting the pain. Now it felt stronger than ever. It was like a scarecrow transforming into a beautiful stone statue. I don't get the analogy. Seeing this, Sojiro finally understood. Alice's expression when she looked at the moon had come from her trying to accept an immutable reality. Which on the Holy Night won? All to end with Aoko's grave tone. Woo! Guess I'll end this stream here. Oh, Jesus, to think that I'd actually managed to finish 2 chapters. Oh, managed to do it. I didn't go back on my words. Woo. I gotta say, I mean, I was aware that TOUKO would be the main antagonist, like the main enemy. Oof. So, which on the Holy Night won? Is that like the onto the climaxes? I don't know. I'm not sure. But anyways, I'm gonna end this stream here. Oof. I gotta say, Aozaki TOUKO. You know, I remembered her watching Garden of Sinners. That was like the first debut I've ever seen her appearance. And honestly, I think she was a pretty fine lady. She's very attractive with the ponytail and the glasses. I really like TOUKO. I think both sisters are fine. I think if there ever be a chance, I'd like to fuck both of them. Because they're both hot as hell. Not gonna lie. Also, like that saying Will. I mean, like God, TOUKO, she is like so spicy now. It's just like just boldly claiming Sojiro to be her property. Like, even Sojiro isn't denying it. Yeah. I never expected that I would actually meet TOUKO this soon. I don't know how this next chapter is gonna come. Maybe we're close to the end? I don't know. Maybe we're halfway? I don't know. But who's to say? But case in point, Aozaki TOUKO is hot. So yeah, I'm into older women. I would marry an older woman. I would fuck an older woman. And TOUKO is sex. Like, she is sexy as hell. Fine meal. To pin her down all day, all night. But this is a small stream, so barely nobody would ever listen to this segment. But yeah, anyway. To anyone who's watching this, thanks for watching. And a few days, Forest is gonna come up soon and Honkai Star Rail, so looking forward to streaming that. Looking forward to what the new story is gonna give here. Although I would state some complaints like the power creep and all, but I think I'll sell that once that stream comes up. All of them gacha content creators, nonsensical drama and shit is just bullshit and all. Like, they just, like, complain every little thing. They want to catch drama on every little thing. But that's for another time for the Star Rail stream. But anyways, thanks for watching. And for this chapter to end in a cliffhanger. But yeah, this has been Nex-oz. I wish you all have a good day, and so am I.